Thank you. Thanks, Kim. Good morning, everyone. My name's David Little, and I'm a reporter with the Planning and Environmental People Division of Scottish Government. Can just, for those of you who I can see there, can just give me a wave just to make sure I'm audible and you can understand. Well, great, thank you. For anyone observing today, then welcome. And if you could have your cameras and microphones off for the day. For others who are taking part, let's have our cameras on just now if you can. But we can all have our mics muted when we're not speaking. I'll ask people to introduce themselves shortly, but I just have the usual formalities to go through first. So I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to determine the appeal proposal for the proposed development of land to the east of Slickley, Croft and Caithness. The description of the proposed development is of 11 wind turbines of up to 149.9 metres to padded infrastructure. And this is a public inquiry session to help me understand the evidence and the party positions on the likely landscape and visual effects of the proposed development. We've 2 days set aside for this inquiry, with Thursday and Friday held in reserve should we need it. As you will have heard, we are being recorded, and this recording will be available to view on our website. It will be retained and used for purposes such as document retention, training, providing information to members of the public. So by participating, you're consenting to the use of this information for those purposes. We've already had some IT issues, but we've hopefully resolved them. But if they occur again, then just let us know, and hopefully Graham and Callum will help us out. Okay, so I think that is everything I wanted to say initially. I know we've got a couple of procedural matters to deal with, but firstly, I think I will now at this point just ask people to introduce themselves, and I can turn to the appellant first of all.
Thanks, yes, good morning. My name is Marcus Trinnick. I'm a solicitor. I'm a Queen's Counsel. I'm instructed by Gary McGovern of Princeton's, who's in the other room, I think, looking in on this meeting. And I've been calling as my only witness, Mrs. Dower. And I think, Mrs. Dower, you can turn your camera off just for the moment until you come on and give evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know if you heard me, Mr. Findlay get in.
Yes, sorry. I wasn't sure whether you were looking at the screen, looking at something else, or anyway, James Findlay, Queen's Counsel, representing the Highland Council, and instructed by Karen Lyons. I have 2 witnesses for this session, Anne Cowling and Simon Heinsohn.
Okay, thanks. And thank you also just for your estimates of the time you'd expect it to take in questioning. That hopefully be useful in planning the next couple of days. We'll come on to the procedural matters in a minute, but just a couple of things just to mention. I think, assume we've read all the precognitions. I'm going to leave it in your hands whether you want your witness to read out the precognition or take them to certain parts of it as suits you best, really. But I've certainly read the material. I'd ask that evidence in chief can be restricted to matters which have arisen for the parties now that they've had the chance to see the other side's precognitions, and of course we've had some new documents and issues to resolve. Save for that, it'll be helpful if evidence in chief can cover what's really necessary to draw out the key points, which I might not have fully understood from reading the written evidence. I might also, after cross-examination, have some questions myself. I may just butt in and ask them at an opportune moment if we're on that subject. So forgive me if I do intrude. And after all that, there will be a chance for witnesses to be re-examined by their own advocate, restricted covering matters, of course, cross-examination on my questions. So it's a later start, but I still think we'll still have a break for lunch, 12:30, 1 o'clock, something like that, and we'll have another short break in the afternoon. I plan to work through perhaps until about 4:30, but depends on what people's availability is, of course, and the progress we're making. Does that sound all as expected so far? Okay. Right. So the first thing then probably is the updated wire lines that were provided yesterday. I think hopefully we've all got them. Obviously, you were taking some time, Mr. Finlay, to consider them with your team. Is any concerns about accepting them and just pressing on?
No, I think there aren't. We've got the wire lines. There's obviously a difference in how they're marked up with the original ones, but they're quite capable of being assimilated. We note that two of the photo montages had well, more than two, but two for the SNH variation had the turbines re-imaged onto them. We haven't been provided with new images for those yet, and no doubt they'll be forthcoming. But again, I don't think that's a matter that need detain us. And whilst we were considering that, we had a query for Mr. Trinick in that the Dunnet head images, which were reproduced, and just trying to find their number, but that escapes me at the moment. It's something like 1.6, 0.2b.
So, which number? My apologies.
1.6.2b. I stress Mr. Trinick, I'm not looking for an answer now, but we just wondered whether the image there had been needed also to be reconsidered. But that's a technical detail that just say that before we close the inquiry session, we know what the issue is there, or whether there is an issue there of the same kind that has been provided here. And can we say that in terms of the photo montages, I think just looking around the room, we are probably be content at this stage with just the updated SNH versions, because the Highland Council versions are primarily intended to be used on site, and if you're on site, you'll see the dimensions of the existing turbines anyway. So that whereas for desk work, the SNH versions are more helpful. So it's really only the 2 and possibly 3 upgraded photo montages that are outstanding. I would say that our evidence in chief may take the full half an hour, may take, particularly for Mr. Heinsohn, because he will probably need to go through each of them just to briefly update you on it. I mean, some of his comments will be fairly similar from one to the other, but there will be some time spent doing that. But I have no objection to them being adduced at this stage.
So to help, if I just dealt with 1 or 2 of those points quickly. First of all, we renew our apologies for the error which occurred. There are always reasons, but there are no excuses. So far as what they replace are concerned, the new sets replace 1310 and 1311 in terms of the wire lines. They also replace 1495 and 1496 in the appeal documents. And to answer Mr. Finlay's point, for viewpoint 13162B, the wire line is also replaced. And indeed, anything prior to yesterday in terms of wire lines is replaced. So So far as the photomontages are concerned, of course, we will produce new ones for the SNH documents, and a great one to what you said, Mr. Finlay, about the Banner Council ones. The reporter wants them, of course, we'll produce them, but no, that's fine. I will take Mrs. Dow in her evidence in chief through one or two of the viewpoints herself, just to make sure they're properly introduced. But otherwise, I think the position is covered by Mr. McGovern's email yesterday, and I needn't repeat what's in that. So I think I've covered the points you've made, Mr. Finlay. I don't think there's anything more for me to say at the moment.
Thank you. That all sounds absolutely fine. The only other thing I was going to mention, Mr. Trinick, I don't think it's an important point just now. It seemed to me that when looking at the new wireframes, that viewpoint 4, the layout of Stroupster appears to be rendered differently than it did in the previous and in the other wirelines. So it might be that there's another error in that new wireline. The Stroupster positions, the position of the Stroupster turbines appear to have changed, rather than just their dimensions. I don't. That's Worth Hill, so I don't think it's particularly one which is contentious. But I just mention it because I noticed that. I'm not suggesting we need to wait for that to be looked into any further at this point.
I'll raise it with Mrs. Downer in chief and see if she's got any observations. She's had a moment to consider it, but otherwise we'll come back to you on that.
So just so it doesn't get lost in the wash, my concern about 1.6.2b was not the wireline, which I had understood to be replaced, but the photo montage from 1.6.2b. But I'm sure Mr. Trinick will deal with that in due course.
I would indeed.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I'm aware of was the late submission of the Bad Fern, if I am pronouncing that correct, this appeal decision letter, which is a very recent one. My question, I suppose, was I have no particular problems with accepting that, of course, and I just wanted to make sure or find out what we're going to say about it and whether that causes any issues with Mr. Trinick.
Well, so perhaps I think it has been. I think it had been, or certainly the appellants have had it before yesterday. I think it's been given a number THC 13, so I think it hadn't slipped through the net. It's a recent decision. There are a number of reasons that it's potentially of relevance. One is that it concerns CT4 in the Caithness study, which is the larger area of sweeping moorlands and flows, and which is relevant to CT3, which you're concerned with. And the advice there, I think, was concentrate and consolidate existing wind farms, where here it's consolidate and improve. So there is whilst bearing in mind that they are different locations and different circumstances, the underlying there is a degree of similarity with the approach to the underlying supplementary guidance, which may be of some assistance to you. I don't think it's going to take up much time during the course of today or tomorrow, if any, but it's a relevant decision for that purpose. The second point is that it deals with the tilted balance, and that's applied if one looks at 122. And there was a potential outstanding issue on Mr. Bell's response on that, and I should make it clear that we accept this as a case where the tilted balance applies, and that's a good example of it being applied. And it also deals with is a yet further case that deals with the forthcoming, the torrent of new guidance and policy documents. And so maybe of some assistance in that. And that's obviously not going to be relevant to the latter point, is not going to be relevant to the hearing at all. But it seemed to us that it's a useful one for both those reasons for you to have regard to. But it's I don't think it's going to be particularly or unduly contentious, but that's why we thought it would be useful. I'm against putting lots and lots of decisions in, but I think that as a recent decision may be of some background assistance to you. So that was my application to put it in.
Okay, thank you. And that come on to closing submissions, and so there might be a play into that perhaps, depending on what we decide there. But Mr. Trinick, have you any response to that?
No concerns, sir, at all. Perfectly happy.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So I think you said THC 13, Mr. Findlay. Yeah. Okay. And so the only other thing I'm aware of is this question about closing submissions. We've been in Section 36 cases, been in the habit of trying to get useful summaries of cases, just because that helps us report to ministers. A different situation here is in as much as this is delegated appeal, and there is not the same need or benefit in extensively or having accessible summaries of parties' cases, because it's simply a decision letter. So I have a lot of evidence already on the planning balance and policy context, and so my kind of starting point was to be skeptical about the need for closing submissions that cover matters other than those we're going to discuss over the next 2 days. But I'm perfectly happy to be persuaded otherwise if you think otherwise. Mr. Trinick, have you got a view on that, first of all?
On the question of case summaries, I'm grateful to you for what you said and fully agree. On the question of closing submissions, I would much rather be able to deal with the planning balance as well as with landscape and visual matters, and give you therefore a full set of closing submissions. That would be my strong preference.
Mr. Findlay.
Well, I agree with Mr. Trinick. In essence, I'm eternally grateful that we don't need to provide a case summary, because that always, one never knows what one's meant to be produced. And I tend to agree with him as to the ambit of the closing submissions. Ours certainly will focus and be mostly related to the evidence you will hear. But in order to put it in context, and indeed perhaps to clarify, for instance, our case on tilted balance, and just in case there's any lack of clarity, it will have a short section on policy trying to draw the strands together. I would hope that would be reasonably useful for you. It's certainly not a lengthy policy or other submission.
Okay, no, that's fine, and we can come back at the end then just to talk about the timescales for that. I guess that makes more sense then. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm not aware of anything else we need to discuss before diving into the evidence. But something, is there anything else we have to sort out procedurally? No. Okay, great. So where are we? It's 11:50. So I guess we can proceed and hear evidence in chief, and then we can maybe see where we are in terms of whether it's the right time to stop for lunch. So over to you then, Mr. Trinick. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Call my only witness, Mrs. Beatrice Dower. You have her inquiry report and her precognition. From the annex to her inquiry report, you will see her qualifications and experience. She's currently a director of MBGLA Limited, based in Cymru. With your permission, sir, I intend to take the precognition as read and move straight on to some supplementary questions. The first of those, good morning, Ms. Dower.
Good morning.
Takes us to small correction in the EIAR, which is, if we go to AP125 at electronic page 83, People can perhaps let me know when they're there. Okay, thank you. I think we're in paragraph, the previous, quite a long paragraph. Never mind, we're on page 83 anyway. That was page 615 in the hard copy. Is that correct, Mrs. Dowd?
That's correct.
And does he want to make a correction relating to the second last paragraph on that page, which starts in excess of approximately 5 kilometres? Is that the right paragraph?
That is the right paragraph.
What do you want to correct?
The last sentence of that paragraph, viewpoint 11 barrack, visualization is illustrative of a minor level of effect. That's not correct. In the visual assessment, it was identified as having a moderate effect.
Would that be significant?
Sorry, yes, a significant effect that is moderate. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's now move on to the new wire lines which came in. I'd like you to take up because I want to go through one or two just so we can illustrate one or two points. Take up the Highland Council set, if you would, which is, I think, got the numbers AP 1413, although people have got hard copies. It will also be useful if you can beat me to the reference. I'd be grateful to get out the SEI. It'll be 1311, I think. If we go to 1311 within the SEI, and go initially to viewpoint 3, which is 1311C. And within that to figure THC02, figure 314 THC02. And have alongside us also viewpoint 3 from the new submission. Are we comparing the right two documents, please, Mrs. Dow?
I have the SEI open at the Highland Council set viewpoint 3, and I have the new set at Highland Council wire lines at viewpoint 3 also.
Now we can note that on the SEI the turbines are numbered, which for reasons of time yesterday they are not on the new submission. So if the reporter wants turbine numbers, he can still go back to the SEI. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
The information is still there. In terms of the differences we observe, if you go to turbine 3 SEI, and next to it to the right, there is a Stroopster turbine. Tell me what you observe in terms of the now corrected hub and rotor diameters. Perhaps just let's rehearse it first of all. That in the SEI, everything was assumed to be a tip height of 113 meters. Incorrect, it should have been 110. Everything was assumed to have a hub height of 70, am I, or 71?
70.
70. Incorrect, it should have been 74.5. But everything was assumed to have a rotor diameter of, give me the figure, please.
86 meters.
86. Incorrect, that should have been
71.
71, thank you very much. With that in mind, what do you observe about the relative dimensions of those two turbines from within Stickley and Stroopster as between the SEI version and the new version?
Well, the first point to make is the tip height is hardly changed at all. You cannot see it on the wire line, the difference. The actual difference in modelling is but 3 meters. The second point to note, when looking closely at the hub heights, is actually very difficult to tell difference between the two wire lines. That's also the case for the rotor diameter. It's not particularly clear to be able to see the differences in rotor diameter.
Right. Now we're picking viewpoints, I think, where there are turbines side by side, so we can make a comparison more easily. I believe the next one would be number 4, wouldn't it, more together? Now, before you cover the turbines we want to go to there, I'm mindful of the reporter's observation about the Stroopster layout in the new wire lines. Are you, at this moment, able to deal with that point?
In as much as I can, I believe I am able to address the point of layout. We have in front of ourselves the Highland Council set of the SEI and the Highland Council set of the new wire lines. The layout of Stroopster is unchanged. So I would commend this new wire line to the reporter. With respect to the SNH set, there does appear to be a variation in the layout. Thank you for drawing that my attention. I had not noticed it. I have just had a moment to check the other wire lines produced in the SNH set of new visualizations, which is document AP 14.14. None of the other wire lines appear to have the problem of that variation in the layout. I believe it's just that viewpoint. Honestly, I don't understand how that has happened, so I must only apologize. Looking a little wider, I also note that the recently produced updated cumulative assessment, which is AP 14.9,
There are several 14.9s, which?
No, I'm hang on a minute. It's 14.9.5, which is the Nature Scott set.
Yeah.
For that viewpoint, it also has problem with the Stroopster layout that I believe is modelled incorrectly.
Right. So it appears. Thank you for noticing that and drawing that extra point to our attention. So I think the best thing is for Mr. Dowd to be asked to reproduce those two figures with the corrected Stroopster layout. That's what we have to do.
I'm happy to do that, yes.
I don't think it, unless Mr. Finlay says otherwise, will hold up the evidence today. But nevertheless, you should have corrected versions, and we'll do that. Okay, so going back to viewpoint 4, now looking at the SEI version, taking turbine 10, please.
That's sorry, that's the Highland Council set.
Highland Council set. We're not going back to the SNH set at all now. Just deal with the Highland Council set. So that'll be figure 315 THC2 in 1311. If you look at turbine 10, please.
Yes.
And the next door Slickley turbine, but tell us what you observed in the same way as you did for viewpoint 3, please.
Yes, I observe that again, the tip height, you cannot tell the difference. Just comparing the two pages. And the hub height, if you look closely, is again very difficult to tell any difference at all. I might
Sorry, carry on, please.
I might at this point just highlight the fact that they're exported a very slightly different resolution, which makes the turbines on the SEI set look a little chunkier, as for want of a better phrase, than the new visualizations.
It's the way I observe that related to the appearance of the upper part of the tip, which appears to be rather thinner, more slender than the chunkier version of the SEI.
Yes, that's correct.
But in rather lay terms. But apart from looking slightly different, that's not a dimensional issue, it's simply an appearance issue. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, the only other one I want to go to speed this process along is to go to viewpoint 11, if you would, please. which is one that has received attention in the evidence at Barrett, make the same comparison, and we'll find 11 in the SCI in 1311 figure 322 THCO2. So the same exercise, please. I suppose the right turbine to look at is around number 2 and 3, isn't it?
Yes, that is an instance where the Stroopster turbines are seen adjacent or behind the Slickley turbines.
And to use, there's a distance of 7.66 kilometres. Does the new set make any difference in terms of what you observe about the relative dimensions of the Stroopster and Slickley turbines by reference to half height and rotor diameter?
No, it's not noticeable in the visualizations.
So your overall conclusions, I mean, you've looked at all of the viewpoints, so I'm not going to do that now. I like your overall conclusions in terms of, does it make any difference in terms of the perceptions of relative dimensions, the new set as opposed to the old set?
No, I don't think there are noticeable differences in the perceptions of the visualizations with respect to the revised turbine sizes. And there's certainly no changes in the conclusions of significance for any viewpoints.
Thank you for that. So I can pause at that point in case you have any more points you want to put to Mrs. Dower directly on these new visualizations.
Mr. Thank you. That's fine. Please carry on.
Thanks. So in that case, I carry on with the rest of the in-chief. Would you take up, please, AP 301, that is the report of handling 3.1. And when you have it, go to electronic page 31. And within that, paragraph 889. This is where the planning officer report deals with ZTVs. And if we can all please just quickly read 889. When people have read it, the topic I want to explore with you is the usefulness of ZTVs in this landscape. And for that, so I'd like you to go please to 139D. Which is SCI figure 3.4. Which should be, so we've got the right document, the ZTV.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's the hub height. Apologies. You want to get a blade tip height, I think. Is that 139A?
Yes, I would suggest figure 3.1.
Okay. Are you there?
I am there.
Are you there, sir? Thank you. This shows one of the word a pink splodge over quite a large area representing theoretical visibility. What is it you want to say in response to report of handling 889 about the difference between actual and theoretical visibility in this particular landscape?
Well, I'd like to certainly point out that the ZTV is a theoretical visibility analysis based on a bare earth terrain model. If I may briefly take you to the environmental impact assessment report.
Just give us the reference. I think it's page 621 of that document, yes.
Yes, so it's the EIAR document 1.2.5. Hang on. sorry, 1.2.5, yeah, electronic page 89. It's page 621. That is a point where I set out an analysis of the ZTV. So the analysis of the ZTV has a collection of statements about theoretical visibility. It also, at the top of that page...
So, can I just ask you to pause while I catch up with the reference?
Certainly.
It's 1.2.5, and it's electronic page
89. 89.
I think it starts on page 88, the discussion, but it goes on to 89, yeah. Analysis of the ZTV at 681 on page 88, and it carries on for our purposes to about 684 on page 89. So that's what it says. We can read that. But what does that really tell us in this type of landscape about actual visibility?
Well, it does clarify on that page that it needs to be ground truth. Now, actual visibility is reduced by screening. And in flatter landscapes, such as those around the appeal site, small features such as hedges and walls will screen even tall structures from surprisingly short distances. I would perhaps suggest the reporter considers the hedges around Lyth, around Howe, and Loch End and Greenland area. This also applies for greater distances where the low horizons can be very quickly screened by even small structures such as hedges and walls, which is not the same as having a more undulating landscape where a wind farm on the top of a hill, for example, would be much more visible from the surrounding areas. You're looking up to it. The hedges and walls beside you would screen those views less, which means that the ZTV in this rather flatter landscape is certainly an overestimation of actual visibility. Another point I'd like to make is that in this instance, the more distant viewpoints that I've used for the landscape and visual impact assessment anyway, tend to be on slightly elevated locations. So, for example, Worth Hill, viewpoint 4, East May, viewpoint 12, Barrack, viewpoint 11, Dunnet Head, viewpoint 13, Halcrow, viewpoint 10, Thrumpster, viewpoint 14, 15 even, and Scrabster Hill, viewpoint 14. They're all very slightly elevated over the sort of the main plains.
Okay, thank you. Next topic is the residential visual amenity assessment. And I want to take you here to AP31 again, which is the report of handling. That's electronic page 33, or within the paragraph 898. This is where the planning officer considers the visual effect of the development on settlements and so forth. The applicant considers impact on Keys and Lyth to be moderate and significant, considered reasonable, etc. However, people do not just look out from their properties, they also use the garden ground and travel around the settlements as part of their daily lives. That's the phrase I want you to respond to. Firstly, in terms of houses, secondly, in terms of settlements, what do you want to say?
Well, in terms of houses, I'm very aware that people use their gardens and approaches around their houses. In the residential visual amenity assessment, which is at Appendix 6.3 of the EIAR.
You don't need to go there. I think let's go forward.
Not necessarily.
AP125M.
Yes.
It's electronic page 131. Is that where we'll find the material?
That is correct, yes. A section headed 6.12 methodology. And in that, it makes it clear that the assessment has included layout and orientation of external spaces and gardens, private and shared driveways and access tracks. So those external spaces around the properties have been considered in that assessment. There's also references to garden spaces and approaches in the following pages, which actually contain the assessment of those properties themselves.
Thank you very much. My third out of 5 points in total takes us to landscape character effects.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick, I think
I missed something, which is go on.
Yeah, I wanted also to clarify with respect to settlements.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay.
In the environmental assessment report, under the section of assessment of settlements, which is section 6.88 in electronic page 108, where I'm actually carrying out the assessment effects on settlements, it does define in the, actually it's the bottom of that page, that the geographical extent of the settlement is the geographical extent considered in the assessment of each settlement is the extent of the settlement itself, which can either be a concentrated core or a wider area for dispersed settlements. And again, through the assessment of the settlements themselves, I have referred to different parts of the settlement, and in some cases actually named those parts.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. If we can move on to landscape character effects, and I want to take you to Cowling's precognition, which is THC 9. So I was rushing you there. So THC 9, that's electronic page 3, paragraph 9. For a landscape character unit of this scale to experience significant effects to a large part of its area undermines the integrity of the LCA as a whole and its relationship to the locality. And in order to address this paragraph, it might be useful to get in front of us all 14.9.2. 14.9.2 is the updated the SEI updated cumulative assessment map showing landscape character types with various webhomes. Dealing first with the integrity point, Mrs. Dare, how would you respond to what Anne Cowling says?
I think that this is a rather generic point, that if one has effects over most of a landscape character type, there is therefore an effect on the integrity of a whole. I think it depends more on how those, what sort of development it is, and how those significant effects are distributed. In this case, and referring to the figure that Trinnick has just taken to us to, the significant effects I have identified are within 3 to 5 kilometres of the site, which does not include the whole of that landscape character area. And there are certainly places within that landscape character area where the proposed turbines will be seen behind or at a greater distance from existing turbines, existing wind farms. So certainly there will be some places where you can't see the proposed turbines, and there'll also be some places where you can see them over there, if you know what I mean. I'd also like to point out that the key characteristics of that landscape character type, sweeping moorland and flows, do include the presence of wind farms.
Yes, just let's get that reference. That's we're talking here, and we'll return to the document, no doubt. It's about, I think it's LCT. Give me the number, please.
LCT 34.
LCT 34. That's the SME.
AP 8.21.
That's it. And that on its front page has got the key characteristics of sweeping moorland and flows. And I think you were just pointing out that one of those key characteristics in this 2019 document, wind farms, but then a more modified outer fringes within Caithness. Is that the reference you intended?
It is, yes.
All right. Sorry, I interrupted you. Carry on.
I believe I got to the end of my point.
Okay. So there are references there as to whether this is dealt with in the EIAR. I've given to you. It's AP-125, electronic page 83, and in the SEI, which is AP-135, paragraph 37, that's electronic page 39. And those are the references. We move on to Anne County's recognition, paragraph 10, where she refers to your evidence, which says that the landscape will remain a landscape with occasional wind farms. She says, no, rather the LCT area will become a landscape with one broad dominant grouping of turbines at its heart, formed by Stroopster and the development with the peripheral wind farm of smaller character at its edge lock end. I think to answer this point, you wanted to get out AP 1491, is that right?
That's correct.
So we can get that in front of us. When people have got that in front of them, I'd like you to say what you want to say.
Thank you. If everyone's got it in front. I've used the phrase landscape with occasional wind farms in the consideration of combined cumulative effects. I've not used it in terms of effects on the landscape character type or area. So it's referring to a broader impression of this part of Caithness. I could give you references. It's in the EIAR, page 655, which is electronic page 123.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it's on this page that I discuss the combined cumulative effects in saying that with existing wind farms, south of the A82, you get the impression that there is a landscape with wind farms. But north of the A82, it's occasional wind farms. And with the addition of the development, it remains as an occasional wind farm. I'd also like to point out that Ms. Cowling refers to this same area in her precognition, paragraph 20.
Yes, I think you're leaping ahead slightly here, but when you say the same area, by reference to 1491, what area are we then looking at by reference to that map, that plan?
We're looking at the area to the northeast of the B876, which is the road between Wick and Castletown.
Castle Hill, or Castletown, yes.
Castletown, well, either, yes.
Yes, I see that one. Yeah.
So between Sinclair.
Go on.
So yes, the area to the northeast of that road is what I've used.
Right. And then I'm counting in paragraph 20 refers also to the combined local landscape character composition of the area broadly north of Dunnes and Sinclair Bay. So do you think she's talking about broadly the same area as you?
That is my understanding, yes.
Yeah, okay. But your point here is that it's a different metaphor. You use the phrase landscape with occasional wind farms, not in the CT3 context, but in the context of the area to the northeast of the B876.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. I understand that. Is there anything more you want to add on this point?
Yes, the other point I'd like to make is the second half of the sentence in paragraph, well, the second half of the paragraph 10, and Miss Cowling's precognition, isn't really comparing like for like, because as just noted, discussing a landscape with occasional wind farms is looking at that whole area north of the PPA-270-2256,
Right.
rather than looking at the landscape character type or landscape character area.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to second last point. Go to Anne Cowling's inquiry report, please, THC 7, at paragraph 3.1. On page 4. Quickly, in weakening the integrity of the LCU, which lies at the heart of this corner of Caithness, the development reduces a sense of place, which arises from the interaction of coastal crops and small farms. That's an LCT around the seaboard. The interior sweeping moorlands and flows, that's our LCT, which are included in microcosm on the Dunnet Head promontory. Have in front of you, please, 14.9.2 again. And then respond, if you would, to what Anne Cowling says in that paragraph.
Thank you. Well, firstly, I've dealt with the matter of integrity just a moment ago. My understanding is that Ms. Cowling is talking about two different things here. There's a difference between landscape character and the subdivision of landscape according to shared key characteristics being different from a sense of place. Now, my understanding of a sense of place is it's not just things about landscape character, it's about how you approach a place and the wider impression of the landscape that you gain through moving through it. And I would certainly suggest that the sense of place of this part of Caithness is very much biased by your experience of the coast. Most of the roads around the coast, most visitors move around the coast. Local residents will, of course, move everywhere. But there's certainly a stronger sense of being in the coast and looking at the sweeping moorland of flows as the hinterland or the backdrop to quite a lot of that experience.
So how do you react to the phrase, the heart of this area?
I disagree with that description. It is in the geographic middle or closer to the geographical middle of that landscape character area. But as I've just described, I don't think it's the heart of the area. I think the heart of the area is the coastal experience.
And no apologies. What would you say to the word microcosm as used in that paragraph?
Microcosm, firstly, implies very small. I don't think we have very small here, particularly with respect to Dunnet Head. The experience is quite large even when you get there. It is a smaller area of the sweeping moorland and flows, nonetheless. In terms of repeating the same experience, I would not agree with those statements because the transitions from sweeping moorland and flows to landscape characters types around it is very different in those two cases.
You're referring to Dunnet Head?
I'm about to refer to both.
Okay, just speak to what you're referring to.
Thank you. I'm now referring to CT3, so the area we are in. It has transitions from the sweeping moorland flows to the coastal crofts and small farms, which topographically grade in quite gently, although there is a stark landscape use change. And likewise in other directions, transition into the farmed lowland plain is also topographically quite gentle, although in cases it's abrupt with respect to land use. This is different for the Dunnet Head area. Yes, there is a transition into the coastal crofts and small farms towards the southeast, towards Dunnet and towards Brough. But there's a very abrupt change to cliffs in all other directions. The moorland basically goes along and then you suddenly get to cliffs.
All right, thank you for that. And the final point, and Chief takes us to the word cliffs. So if you go to Anne Cowning's inquiry report again, please, at electronic page 6, paragraph 5.3. And if you would just read the first paragraph of 5.3. And when they've read it, perhaps turn to AP 818. Let me know when they've got to 818. Are you okay? Thank you. The 818 was, I think, a replacement visualization or replacement figure for the viewpoint 13 material in the EIAR and the SEI. It's someone's requested, she was requesting this, but because the photographs look a bit washed out in the earlier versions. Is that broadly it?
I would suggest that they're alternatives rather than replacements.
All right. Anyway, that's the one we're referring to. Looking at 818, we ought to note on the second page that we've got to be careful about the wire line, haven't we? Because we need to rely on the new wire lines, but that's a separate point. What we're dealing with here is what Anne Cowling says in 5.3 of our inquiry report. Using 818, I want you to respond to what she says.
First thing I would point out is that there are lots of cliffs that are visible from this viewpoint at the top of the hill. Looking in all sorts of different directions, there are cliffs. So the Brough cliffs are seen towards the southeast. The Hoy cliffs and those of Orkney are seen to the north. There are also views of the cliffs westwards towards Thurso and beyond. And most people, I would suggest, will have come up to this viewpoint from car park down by the lighthouse. Adjacent to the car park, there's a little path that you can go down and stand at the top of a cliff and actually look down onto the cliffs. So in arriving at this point, you will have seen a lot of different sizes of cliffs. And I would also note that just a little bit of data, the Brough settlement just above those cliffs are about 30 meters in height. The viewpoint, the cliffs that you look at close to the car park are about 95 to 100 meters in height. And if you look north towards Hoy, you can see cliffs of up to 230 meters in height. So there's a huge difference in the heights of the cliffs. And you can also see much lower cliffs of rocky shores and also sandy beaches from this location. I would also note that following a recent revisit to Dunnet Head to remind myself of the joys of being up there, it was quite noticeable. Different times of day, the sunlight is on different parts of the view. And in particular, considering the cliffs, the way that the sunlight falls on the cliffs also gives you an idea of emphasizes how high they are. I noted just before that the two different photo montages and photographs provided for viewpoint 13 Dunnet Head are, I would consider, as alternatives. The original figure that it has very strong light towards the site is representative of morning views, and the alternative visualizations are more representative of afternoon to evening views. Marcus, sorry, I believe you may be muted.
Oh, sorry. My final question takes us to what Anne Cowling says in 5.3. The understanding one takes of the scale of cliffs, which you've just addressed, seen from the SLA, has potential to bleed into one's understanding of the scale of Dunnerhead itself and its relative proximity to the bulk of the mainland. What do you make of what Anne Cowling is saying there?
I think the phrase potential to bleed into one's understanding is rather an odd phrase, and I'm not quite sure what is meant by that.
We shall see. Mrs. Dyer, thank you very much. Would you please stay there? There may be some questions for you. So I apologise for taking longer than usual in evidence in chief, but we had to go through the extra stuff. Thank you. Muted, sir.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. I don't have any particular questions myself. So we could probably move on to cross-examination. We've only just started, but despite that, even if I've not been terribly busy this morning in this inquiry, some of you have been. So I would probably suggest that we may as well stop for lunch at this point, as it's a convenient time, unless people think we should press on a bit first. Mr. Findlay, if you get a view, you'll be asking the questions.
Well, I'm happy to press on but I'm in others' hands because it will break up the length of time of cross-examination, so it won't be one big chunk, which may be easier for people to cope with. So my suggestion would be press on to say just after 1 o'clock and take our break then, if everyone else is happy with that. I see Mr. Trinick's thumb up.
Yeah, no, that's probably sensible. Okay, yeah, well, over to you then, Mr. Findlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mrs. Dyer. Just two questions, just in clarification, whilst they're reasonably fresh in our minds. I think as Mr. Trinick's third point, you were answering or commenting on a comment by Mr. Heinson at paragraph 8.89 of the Highland Council report of handling, which is APP 3.1. And you went to the, item 4, it's 8.98 of the report of handling. You went to the residential amenity assessment, or you referred to it, you didn't actually go to it. But just to confirm that only relates to 3 dwellings.
I'm just going to count the number of dwellings. Yes, I believe that is correct. It's 3 dwellings.
And in fairness to Mr. Heinson, what he was referring to in 898 of his report wasn't residential amenity in the sense that it was undertaken by that assessment where you're looking to see whether the place is going to be almost an unpleasant place to live. He was making a more general point in 898, wasn't he? That when you're looking at impact on settlements, and I would doubt it's contentious, you have to take into account both the extent of views from properties, but also the views from gardens and people accessing their properties. That's I would suggest that's common ground. You've got to do that, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you turn, I think you were taken to Anne Cowling's precognition, and you picked up on in paragraphs 9 and 10 on her response to your paragraph 1.28. In particular, in paragraph 10, you talked about, she refers to the phrase landscape with occasional wind farms. Could we just go to your 128?
Right, that's in my inquiry report, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, so that will be 14.4. The first thing we can note is that 128 is dealing with the host LCT area, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And then she was picking up the third bullet point, which is over the page. And she says, where you say, in the LVIA, this landscape was judged to be one with occasional wind farms. With the addition of the development, the LCT area, which one would assume is LCT3, would remain a landscape with occasional wind farms. So it does appear that you're making a specific point about the LCT area there. And you refer to page 615 in the EIA. Not which.
I'm sorry, I think Mr. Finlay, we may have lost Mr. Finlay.
Yeah, froze for a while. Hopefully I'm back. So I think the reference in the EIAR there, which I'm not going to ask people to track down, is page 615. And just suggesting to you, it's not really fair to criticise Ms. Cowling for misunderstanding your point here, because you do seem to be referring to the LCT area here. Is that not what you meant? Because your answer was saying you were referring to the area to the north of, I can't remember the particular road that you were using as the dividing line, but that was the nature of your answer or your explanation to Mr. Tunick. Would you not accept it as written here? You are referring to the area, the LCT area, which is LCT3.
I was referring to the area to the north of the B876, I think it is. I see that bullet point in my inquiry report, and I apologise. I believe that statement is wrong. There is no reference to the landscape character type as being one with occasional wind farms or anything else on page 615. So I believe that's an error in the text of that bullet point, for which I apologise.
Right. Well, I think that's fair of you to apologise for that, and I think then Ms. Cowling's comment is understandable. We can look at that page in due course. Right. Those were just the two, whilst they were fresh in our minds, slightly pernickety points that I wanted to raise and get them out of the way. Can we come to your inquiry?
Mr. Finlay, sorry to interrupt. Can I just make sure I've noted this correctly? When we're talking about the error in the bullet point, it's the bullet points in 1.28, but just which of the bullet points is the error in? The third one? Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
It was just as the reporter was asking you that, you do at the end of your consideration of CT3 in the EIAR, so that's AP 1.25A, electronic page 83. In fact, it's going from 83 to 84. you do make a judgment that the addition will not notably alter the degree to which the LCT is already characterised by wind energy development.
That's what it says, yes.
Right. Well, I can ask Ms. Cowling further about that too. Can I come back to your report then, which is AP 14.4, and just ask a little bit about the your Annex 1 experience and instructions. At 1.54, you list a number of wind farms where you say you authored the LVIAs. Is this you doing for all these wind farms, some of which are some vintage? Is this you doing them as the lead author, or were you a contributing author?
It was started out as a contributing author and graduated on, if you like, to being lead author. I haven't got dates in that list.
I just noted that Cairn Dewey, which is a wind farm that is, I wouldn't say burned in my memory, but I did take place an inquiry. That was Sam Oxley gave evidence at that inquiry rather than you. Was she working for LUC at the time?
Yes, she was.
And would she, if you like, have been the lead author on the LVIA?
She supervised the process, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Put that in context now. I'm grateful. We come back to your section 1. Under summary of the proposal, you make the point here, as it's made in a number of places, the proposal is now for 11 turbines, 9 with a tip height of just under 150 metres, and 2 with a tip height of 135 metres. And I have 2 questions to ask you about that. Firstly, the primary reason for the change to reduce 2 of them to 135 metres was due to the meeting the HES objection about the scheduled ancient monument.
That's correct, yes.
And secondly, the fact that 135 metre turbines are being proposed doesn't suggest there's any particular difficulties sourcing them, as far as you're aware.
I'm not qualified to answer that question.
But certainly, you refer to availability elsewhere. Have you been told, or otherwise has it been suggested to you, that there's any difficulty about sourcing those 2 135 metre turbines? This is a matter of what your actual knowledge is as part of the team.
My understanding, there's been no comments made about difficulties in sourcing those turbines specifically.
Thank you. In 1.6, you make also the common sense point that it would be experienced in the landscape as adjacent to Straupster or Stroopster wind farm, and that to many people it would appear as an extension of that scheme. It will appear as an extension because it's so immediately adjacent to it, but presumably you're quite happy for it to be treated as an extension for the purposes of applying guidance, such as Nature Scots guidance.
I believe that is the case, yes.
Okay. I want now to turn to the issue of design and the design history. And if you can turn to the November 2017 scoping report, which is in CD 1.25K. And I'm just going to have to get that myself. That's in the technical appendices. And if you turn to electronic page 11. And go to paragraph 1.2, one can see what that scoping report was concerned about. In the fourth line, it referred to 11 turbines with a maximum height to blade tip of 135 meters.
That is what it says, yes.
And then this is just really, the reason for that will become clear in a moment. If you turn on to electronic page 14 at 2.3.1, it gives the rotor diameter, which is up to 105 meters.
So is that electronic page 14? Yes.
14.
14. Yes,
And
sorry.
You weren't involved at this stage.
That's correct. I was not involved.
They're clearly, and we know from elsewhere that there'd been design work and investigation going on, I think since at least 2015, if not earlier. And certainly at that stage, this would have presented the then landscape architect's input, insofar as there was one, as to what might be appropriate for the site.
I can't comment because I wasn't involved at that point.
Right. We then have the only full response we have from Nature Scott, then SNH, which is their scoping response, which is CD 2.4.1. Can I ask you to have a look at that?
I have it in front of me, yes.
So if we go to the first page, under key issues, it suggests, but not surprisingly, that careful consideration will have to be given to in-combination effects with adjacent straps to wind farm. Based on information included in the scoping report, we advise that significant adverse cumulative landscape and visual effects could arise from this proposal. In order to read that in context, we have to understand that that's with 135 meter turbines with rotor diameters at 105 meters.
That's correct, yes, that's my understanding.
And we recommend that as part of any design iteration, the scale of the development proposals should be reduced to avoid such effects. There has been no reduction. There has been a significant increase to 150 meter or 149.9 meter tip height turbines with rotor diameters at 130 meters.
Yes.
If you go on to their explanation for that, which is at page 5 of 6.
Apologies, which document are we looking at?
We're still in the same document. So that's CD 2.4.1.
Oh, sorry, the SNH one.
Yeah, the scoping opinion.
Thank you.
There's reference to the Council's supplementary guidance for onshore wind energy.
Yeah.
And we'll come to that in greater detail in due course, but that was clearly a matter that I think, as we can see from the footnote, it was published December 2017. So it came out just after the scoping report.
That's correct. Just looking at the appendix document that you took me to, the scoping report is dated, the first scoping report is dated November 2017.
Yeah, and so it may have been in draft before then, but certainly it was published in full in the addendum supplementary guidance that I think we'll come on to the SG in due course, but the Loch Ness area had been in it from the outset, but the Caithness was added in 2017 along with, I think, Easter Ross. Read short, in effect, the author is endorsing the conclusions in the strategic study, which had been was the work of SNH. So it's perhaps not surprising they're endorsing them, but that's correct, isn't it? That's what the author of this document is doing.
The author of the SNH response appears to be doing that, yes.
Yeah. And then if we go to the first bullet point, he says the development at Slickley should be physically and visually experienced as an extension of development at Strapster, which we've just agreed is the case, and should not significantly heighten the dominance of a wind farm in this relatively small area. And there is a dispute between you and Ms. Cowling, and I think between you and the author of this document, to the extent to which you can properly use the word dominance for the existing Strapster wind farm. Have I understood the nature of that dispute correctly?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question there?
Yes, I'll try and put it another way. The author of this document refers to heightening the dominance of a wind farm in this relatively small area, taking it stage by stage. The author is clearly referring to the Strapster wind farm as the only existing wind, well, Loch End, we could, I think, hadn't been built by this stage. So that's what the author must be referring to as the baseline of a wind farm in this relatively small area. The author must have been referring to Strapster.
Yes, that could be taken from that sentence.
And as I understand it, you don't accept that currently Strapster or Strapster with Slickley could be considered to dominate LCT 3.
That's correct.
And that's a point of dispute between you and Ms. Cowling and you and the author of this document.
It would therefore be yes.
Yep. And then the second point refers to the development at Slickley the addition of this proposal should not physically or visually link Strapster with Loch End, with which the reporter is familiar, which should exceed the potential scope for development in this area. And that's a matter you've had regard to and will come on in due course in your evidence. But do you accept that that's an important strategic goal, that there shouldn't be the linking physically or visually of those two wind farms?
It does appear to have been yes.
Well, it clearly was for the author of the SNH document, but do you accept the emphasis that was placed upon it?
At that time, yes.
And they therefore come back to the point that they'd highlighted about reducing the scale of development, reducing numbers, but not limited to reducing numbers, to avoid significant adverse cumulative landscape and visual impacts. There has been no reduction in numbers, has there?
No.
From the scoping, although that is the desire for reduction in numbers is certainly a point made by Mr. Heinsohn in his interactions with the appellant's team, if not in his report of handling.
It has been, yes.
Yep. And then if we just go to the last comment in that document, As in reference to section 5.2 of the scoping report, we highlight that our siting and design guidance has been recently updated, and we would expect the applicant to refer to this version for this proposal. There's absolutely no suggestion there that SNH, as it then was, felt that their guidance was out of date or was not applicable to this proposal.
There is no indication in that sentence, yes.
We'll come back to that in respect of your evidence in due course. The next point in the design process was a January design meeting, which then led to you producing a turbine size review, so you at LUC, which is APP 8.16.
I was not at LUC at that point.
Well, you've correctly guessed my first question and answered it. So who was the author of this document?
I was.
No, sorry. I thought you said you weren't at LUC.
Apologies, I may be in the wrong document. Could you clarify which document you're talking about?
816, APP 816. It's titled Turbines.
In which case I'm looking at the wrong document. Go to the electronic version.
You were definitely involved in the process at that stage because you got involved in late.
I'm sorry, could you give me a moment to find the document first?
Yes, late 2018, I think.
Document 814, is that right?
816, I think.
8.
I'll just check I've put the right numbering on it. Yes, turbine size report.
Turbine size report, yes. Yes.
Turbine size review. So let us reboot us again. Were you the author of this document?
Yes.
You were the lead author?
Yes.
And we can see what and under initial observations, you say Stroutsville wind farm is of turbines 110 to 113, modelled here as having 70-metre hubs and 80-metre rotors. So you modelled it, as I read that, with tip heights of 110, which is correct. Just bring us up to speed, but with a rotor diameter which was in fact 9 meters longer than the existing.
That's
I think
correct.
The drifting is 71. So that your exercise in this was correct as to modelled height, but out by some 9 meters in terms of rotor diameter.
That is correct, yes.
And 9 meters could be important because if we go on to the second bullet point, you looked at a variety of rotor diameters on a variety of models. And in the second bullet point, reading short, you tell us that you ruled out rotor diameters of 136 meters because of their, as I understand it, because they would be too large a rotor on too short a tower next door to Stroutsville.
It was about the clearance off the ground.
So purely about clearance off the ground, was it?
Yes. Though it do says too large a rotor on too short a tower, yes.
That does appear to be making a design point about the combination. So was contrast with Stroutsville a factor in that ruling out 136 meter rotor diameters?
Yes, it was in some ways. Yeah.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then you looked at 4 viewpoints for this exercise. I think we're all familiar with Nibster Water Tower, which is viewpoint 3, Bradster and Lyth, which are viewpoint 6 and 7, but Eveley, I think, didn't make it to the viewpoints. I think that's south and lower down than the Walth Hill viewpoint.
That is correct, yes.
And if necessary, that can be pointed out to the reporter on a plan. There was no design test, therefore, from the impact from Walth Hill.
No, there wasn't, but this viewpoint at Everley was used in its stead.
Yeah, and we can see, just if we turn forward in that document, you get which I think to figure 3, from Everley, you're getting what I might describe in my inexpert fashion as a flat view across to the wind turbine, rather than from Walth Hill, which is an elevated view.
That's correct, yes.
You then tell us the turbine size tested, and the smallest one tested was 136 meters, which was no doubt comparable to the 135 and the scoping report layout, and then one at 145 and one at 150 with different rotor lengths. And if we go over the page, we'll see some findings which find their way into the design and access statement and the EIAR, but this is the context of them. If we go to table 1, it's the smallest rotor considered. So we're looking at a rotor of 104 meters. And we closest in size to Stripester and the most similar proportions to Stripester. And the notes on overall appearance, similarity in proportions, and least increase in overall scale means that some viewers may not notice the differences. That suggests that some viewers may still notice the differences from those 4 viewpoints.
Yes, it does.
Including, I think, Nibster Water Tower, where I think you've just given evidence that there would be no noticeable difference with, say, even bigger turbines.
Sorry, the evidence I gave before was comparing the new visualizations with those previously provided.
Okay. Well, I may have misunderstood that, in which case I apologise. If we go on to the next turbine, it's with a rotor diameter of 120 meters. The rotor diameter would be considerably larger than Stripester at 120 meters. What is the rotor diameter currently proposed for the application?
130.
So that would be even larger still.
What's currently proposed is larger than the 120, yes.
Yeah. So if the 120 was considerably larger than Stripester, the 130 is is more than considerably larger.
Yes, you could say so. This document was also based on desk study rather than visiting the site and the viewpoint. So it's not a full assessment of the likely effects of those turbine sizes.
No, but well, had you been at all to the site or the location by May of 2019?
I'm sorry, I'm just having a pause. I did go in 2019. I'm not quite sure whether it was before or after. It may well have been before, but what I do recall was it was dreadful weather. So it gave me an impression of the viewpoints and of the general area, but I wasn't able to look at specific viewpoints, unfortunately, at that time.
So we can note that the exercise upon which reliance is later placed was made without a actual site inspection.
Either without an actual site inspection or without a particularly useful one, because the weather was not very good. With
145 meter turbines and 120 meter rotor diameters, the comment is relatively similar proportions, which is self-explanatory. The relatively similar proportions, the relativity is relative to stripester, as I understand it.
Yes.
And then notes on overall appearance, larger rotor to tower height proportion, but not appearing top heavy or dumpy at that level. And then we go on to the third category, where the rotor is considerably larger than stripester. Tower height not increased sufficiently to maintain turbine proportions. So the relatively similar proportion comment from the earlier one does not apply to the latter comment, does it?
It's pushed further away, yes.
And this, as we see in the notes of overall appearance, this turbine will appear noticeably larger in all views and will be of a shorter stature than existing turbines at Stripester. So there's not going to be a height difference and a rotor diameter difference, but the combination of the two will be noticeable in all views.
All views is referring to these four, yes.
Yeah.
At that time, based on the information I had at the time.
And then we look at the advice. MU, we take U to be MVGLA here, advises similarity of proportion will help to reduce cumulative effects, reading short. So that the more similar in proportion the reduction in cumulative effects, the less similar the proportions are, the more heightened the cumulative effects.
Yes.
You make a point about perspective, which as a general point is not a matter of dispute between us. Perspective makes a difference as to how you appreciate things. It can heighten differences, it can reduce differences. And we'll deal with that when we come on to the next, to the specific locations. In 1.7, you deal with difference in rotation speed, and you accept the general point that larger rotors are likely to be slower than smaller rotors, and that can exacerbate a difference in design, in effect.
That's correct, yes.
Is that something that you expressly considered in the EIR and the SEI?
It is something I considered. I can't put a finger on every place that it's mentioned.
Now, I'm not suggesting you haven't mentioned it specifically, but it is a factor that needs to be borne in mind that when you're looking at whether and how two wind farms sit together, if they're as adjacent as these two, that there will be differences in rotation speeds, which, as I understand matters, are likely to be more heightened at lower wind speeds than at higher wind speeds.
There is certainly going to be potentially a difference in rotation speeds, but it very much depends on wind speed across the site.
Yeah. But it's a relatively flat site, and there will be differences between different turbines within a site. I understand that, but you are going to have significantly different rotor blade lengths, 130 meters as opposed to the existing 70.
Yes.
They're not quite double the size, but they're not far off it. And then you come to your conclusion. It's likely the proposed development will incur significant landscape and visual effects when seen from locations nearby, whether using turbines the same size or considerably larger. So you're making the point, which I think is a commonplace point in many wind farm inquiries, that if you're within a short distance of a significant scale wind farm, you're likely to have significant effects.
That's correct.
You do, though, go on to say the relative size of the existing turbines will affect the relationship between the schemes, but it is perhaps a question of approach as to whether the proposed Slickley scheme is to be seen as an extension to Stratster that maintains similarity of scale, or whether there is a purposeful step change scale in the context of current government policy and pressures to respond to climate change. Now, the latter aspects of policy and climate change is not a matter that you're giving evidence on.
That's correct.
So in terms of a landscape and visual impact analysis, the choice that you're putting to the client is either maintaining similarity of scale or making a narrowing step change, and there will be consequences between whichever choice you choose for landscape and visual impact.
That is what the paragraph is saying, yes.
And whilst for these 4 locations, there will still be significant impacts, the extent of those significant impacts will vary depending on whether you take a similarity of scale approach or a step change approach.
Yes, but the having not at that point doing an actual visual assessment of the effects, I wasn't at that point able to say whether different sizes of turbines would result in different findings of significance.
Well, we can see how this process is used in the design process as we going forward. I'm finished with that document. We can put that away. Thank you. Let's pick up a couple of points, and then that may be a convenient moment to stop. Yes. If you turn to 1.16 of your report, which is where you refer to the document we've just been looking at, you say that in the second sentence, the author provided advice on the potential appearance of turbines at PPA-270-2256, but was not involved save to give advice from a landscape and visual perspective from the selection of turbine size used or turbine numbers. And you then refer to the development viability. As I understand it, and it's made clear in the appeal statement, as for the reporter's note, paragraph 4.7, that the change in scale from 135 meters to 150 meters and in rotor diameter was taken as a result for effectively financial reasons.
I don't know why that decision was taken. It was not taken by me.
And at any stage, is there any other document where you carry out the compare and contrast between, say, 135, 136 meter turbines with shorter rotor diameters and those currently proposed, let's say for the document we were just looking at?
No, I think that is the only document.
So that might be a convenient moment to pause if that's acceptable to you and Mr. Trimming.
Okay, thank you. I was going to suggest we start again then at 2 o'clock. That's 45 minutes. Is that enough time for everyone, or would anyone like some more time than that? Okay, that's great. So thank you so far. If we just turn our cameras and mics off and keep the call running, and we will start again at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Graham, are we okay to start back again? Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I will just hand back to Mr. Findlay to continue with the cross-examination. My only plea, I don't want to be an anchor, but if we can go if just give me a few more seconds each time to transfer between documents, my computer's not quite keeping up. But I'll do my best.
Right. Do say if I'm going too quickly, and it'll be primarily my fault or Mrs. Dara's. But we just finished with your review APP-816, and following that, a new scoping report came out, which is at AP 1.2.5M, which is one of the more popular references in the course of cross-examination and examination in chief. If you, I just want to go to page 13 just to pick up the changes. And so if you go to page 13 of 150, electronic page 13 of 150. We'll see it talks about the principal changes being the turbine parameters. And there's again a reference to viability and the candidate turbines we see in 3.2 on that page have a blade tip height up to 149.9 and a rotor diameter up to 136 meters. That 136 meters was actually, if we recall, you'd rejected 136 meters in your initial turbine size review, but it still went forward as part of the scoping exercise. You're very faint. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that better?
That's much better, thank you. Yeah. Microphone. Not there, yes. But so notwithstanding your advice that 136 meters shouldn't be considered further, it was as part of the scoping exercise. Although as we can see, it came down to 130 meters.
That's correct.
And then we'll come back to that document for other reasons, but if we turn to the design and access statement, which is APP 1.2.2 or AP 1.2.2.
Thank you. Yes, I have it.
Good. If you go to page 8 of start with 7 of 23, and there's a paragraph, a section beginning 3.1 site selection. And if you go over the page, there's a discussion of which group the site is in, and then there's in about the middle of page, electronic page 8, there's a discussion of the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance, which I'll just probably call the guidance from here on in, but we'll all know what I'm referring to, hopefully. And it sets out in terms of what the guidance is for LCT CT3 on that page and over the page. And after the end of the quotation on the top of electronic page 9, it says, as the site neighbours Stroups Wind Farm, the guidance provides an opportunity for carefully designed extension to Stroups Wind Farm so it consolidate and improve the layout of Stroups and avoid cumulative effects. There's nothing to suggest in this statement, either here or elsewhere, that the guidance is either not being followed or is being criticised, is there?
No.
And then if we go on to electronic, then there's a section beginning site design. And if you go to electronic page 10, there's a paragraph about the middle of the page. Cook says the principles of design strategy were to maximise number of turbines and wind energy capture while minimising significant adverse environmental effects. You see that?
So I haven't got the right paragraph. I think I'm on electronic page 10, page 6.
Yes. Yeah, just above 3.2.1.
Okay.
2 paragraphs above that begins the principles of design strategy.
Yes.
And slightly a theme of the next series of questions is trying to find out what the design strategy is, but that's an overarching statement of design strategy, which is slightly motherhood and apple pie, but it's what you would expect to see in any design and access statement as an overarching strategy. Would you agree?
Yes.
And under landscape and visual, there's reference to 3.2.1.1. There's a reference to SNH's siting and design in the landscape. And the paragraph which follows that says, in accordance with this guidance, the landscape and visual impact of the development has been a key consideration. Again, there's no suggestion in this document of any criticism of siting and design or a suggestion that it shouldn't otherwise be followed.
That's the case, yes.
And then at the bottom of the page, the words, a particular design strategy was to ensure the development consolidated and improved the existing layout of Stroups Wind Farm and avoided cumulative effects. And so that's a more detailed element of the design strategy. And I think in your report, you say that you didn't have an input into this document, but was that part of the design strategy or not?
My understanding of the design is set out in my inquiry report, in that which is to be found on page 5 onwards, design objectives. My understanding from my instruction of the design strategy for the site was to design a layout as an extension to Stroopster, and one that did not extend turbines too far west, and to avoid such things as stacking and overlapping and overliers that are similar to all wind farms as well. So, as I say, I was not an author of the design and access statement, so I was not an author of that paragraph where it says particular design strategy was to ensure that the development consolidated and improved the existing layout of Stroopster Wind Farm.
Okay, but is it accurate? Because as I understand, you're the designer, so you can tell us. I mean, it appears from what you've just said that wasn't part of your design strategy.
That's correct, yes. The design and access statement does not follow what I understood the design strategy to be.
So, although it's telling us that it was trying to follow the guidance, that wasn't, in fact, the approach taken.
That's correct.
And then it goes on to say in that paragraph, although the turbine height and proportions were different to the operational Stroups Wind Farm, considerable work was undertaken to determine the acceptable dimensions. This took into account AOD data and assessment of various tip height, motor heights. As I understand it, that's the document we were looking at, 816, A816.
I believe it is referring to that document, yes.
There's no other document, I think we covered this before, there's no other document that does that.
No.
So we know the parameters and limitations of that document, and we can consider that likewise. And then if we go over the page, there's reference to the design process, and there are objectives given for the design strategy. And if we look at the third, so this is electronic page 11, the third objective is to create a turbine layout which is cohesive with existing and consented wind farm energy developments in close proximity, particular straps to a wind farm. Is that an accurate description of an objective that you pursued?
Yes, the design strategy included having a good relationship with strips to wind farm, yes.
Particularly that it should be cohesive with it.
In that it is adjacent and relates to it carefully, yes.
So insofar as the reporter needs to judge whether the design strategy objectives have been achieved, the extent to which or otherwise he thinks it's cohesive would be a fair approach to take. I mean, it would be a fair assessment criterion to use.
That would be reasonable.
And then we come to a section which effectively, as far as I can see, at the bottom of page 11, incorporates much of the document 816 that we were looking at earlier. It looks at the viewpoints, it looks at the different types of rotor diameters. And then if we go over the page, the top of page 12 in table 1, we have the reprint of the table that we looked at this morning.
That's correct.
And then we have a very similar, not identically worded paragraph, 3 paragraphs below the table about the difference between similarity in scale or purposeful step change.
That is not the same text as in my turbine size review.
No, I think I tried to make that clear. It's not identical, but it uses the same, quite a lot of the phrasing is the same, isn't it?
It does.
And I can comment on the difference in text in due course. Your 1.8 in your review is much more open-ended and less conclusive than this one, I would suggest. But this is not your document, as you've been at pains to point out. I think that's all we need from that document. You were, I think as you, and we discussed, you weren't the author, and there are certain parts of this document which don't appear to be accurate. When did you first become aware of the design and access statement set out a design strategy, at least in part, that was not the one that you thought you were following?
I first became aware of it during the preparation for this inquiry. I was aware of the document itself, but had not reviewed it in a huge amount of detail.
So can we then go to the EIAR, which is chapter 3, which is AP 1.2.5A. Electronic page 30 of 453.
Apologies, I'm working on a hard copy. Could you give me the actual page number as well?
Yeah, I will do. It's page 3.6. Tell me when you're there, Mrs. Downer.
I'm sorry, I haven't found my hard copy of chapter 3, which I believe you're in rather than chapter 6.
Yeah, chapter 3.
Could you give me the electronic page number? I've just opened the electronic version.
Of course. Page 30.
Right, I believe I'm in the right place.
Great. Well, it's very similar text in part to the design and access statement. It's set from 3.4. It sets out the scoping layout from 2017, and which we've looked at, so we don't need to spend time on that. If we go over the page to page 31, it sets out SNH's response to that, which we've already looked at. And then this is, if you go to the paragraph just above 3.4.2, having quoted from the SNH response, the feedback from SNH was carefully considered during the design iteration, the turbines were located, etc. A response to SNH scoping response is provided in Chapter 7, Ecology, which seems to be an odd reference for a design chapter that's primarily dealing with landscape and visual matters. And if one turns to the Ecology chapter, there is indeed a response to the SNH, or dealing, I think, with some of SNH's comments on ecology. But is there any more detailed response to SNH's scoping response in the EIAR, of which you're aware?
I'm not aware of any further other than in the chapter 3, and I take it as there is an element in chapter 7 as well.
But I think chapter 7 dealt with ecology, but Mr. Trinick may point to a bit that I've missed. But it may have just been to make it clear that the SNH response covered more than just landscape and visual, it covered ecology too. So I'm not suggesting there's anything untoward with that. You then have the design workshop, which we've looked at in part, which we referred to. And then if you go down to 3.4.2.3 on page 32, you have very similar wording to the design and access statement, minus one or two of the passages on design strategy, which we alluded to earlier, with very similar, again, to a large extent, lifting the comments from and table from document 8.16 that we looked at earlier. So that's fair, is it? I don't want to go through it all again.
That's fair, yes.
And where it says, I just want you to take you to electronic page 34, I think it is, just above 3.4.3. During the workshop, a number of viewpoints were assessed. It was determined that the development should focus on turbine up to 149.9 metres with a rotor of up to 130 metres. That's a summary of the workshop and which was then effectively put in written form in your document 816.
That is my understanding, yes, that's what it says.
Yeah, well, I think you drafted, or perhaps you didn't draft this chapter, you drafted chapter 6.
I did not draft this chapter.
Yeah, no, but that's your understanding. It wouldn't be fair to say that you determined that the development should focus on a turbine of particular dimensions. That was determined as a result of financial viability issues currently.
It is fair to say that I did not determine the final choice of candidate turbine. As far as I'm aware, it was based on a selection of different criteria, including financial things, yes.
In general terms, in chapter 3, there are no design objectives set out, as far as I can see.
I think that is the case, yes.
So, and I don't think there are any in chapter 6 either.
No, there's no discussion of design objectives in chapter 6.
And I'm not suggesting anything untoward, but sometimes, quite often, in EIAs dealing with wind farm development, those are the two chapters, corresponding chapters, quite often chapters 3 and 6, in which you see design objectives set out.
That's. I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your question.
But there aren't any.
But it is my understanding that they're normally put in something akin to chapter 3, a design development type chapter. I have seen them in environmental impact assessment reports where there is discussion of design elements in something akin to chapter 6, the landscape and visual impact assessment, but they have not been included any of the landscape and visual impact assessment chapters that I have ever drafted, because we've kept it separate between design aspect and assessment aspect.
Yeah. I was going to say it's more common to see it in chapter 3, and I think you've just effectively confirmed that. But the point is they're not here, and so that in terms of published design objectives, one has to look at the design and access statement, but now subject to the caveats that you set out in your report and we've discussed this morning.
That would appear to be the case, yes.
And if we go to your report now, we can finish with that document for the moment and look at the design objectives in your report. In the first bullet point, so sorry, my apologies. It's paragraph 1.15. I'm working for a hard copy, so I don't have the electronic version, but it's internal, page 5 of 22.
I believe it's also electronic, page 5.
Yeah, that's helpful. You there make the point that the guidance was not a helpful guide. And you preface that by saying that you'd recognise that by 2018. So it's a view you've held for 3.5 years.
Yes.
That the fact that the guide wasn't considered helpful doesn't appear anywhere in the design and access statement, does it?
No, it does not.
Or in the environmental impact assessment report?
No, I believe it does not.
Or indeed in the supplementary environmental information?
I believe that's the case as well.
Indeed, the first time that you've published this view was in your report for this inquiry.
That is potentially the case, yes.
But is it not the case that it's not helpful because it provides guidance that is in fact quite difficult to meet in this case?
That's not entirely true. The case, it's not helpful in terms of we recognise that it would be not possible, given the site constraints and the wider constraints around the site, that it would not be possible to consolidate Stroopster if such a thing can be done with wind farms that are narrow, tall elements with quite a bit of distance between them. Nor would it be possible to improve on Stroopster wind farm without identification of really what problems with Stroopster are. It's also, having been deemed acceptable by virtue of the consent, that it's been deemed acceptable, and therefore those two words were recognised as being quite difficult to actually act upon, and therefore that's the root of my opinion that it's not particularly helpful in that guidance.
Two matters following that. Isn't the purpose of an EIAR to explain the approach taken in design terms? And in fact, if you read the EIAR and supporting documents, it suggests that it's at least seeking to apply the guide, whereas what you've just told us is that it's not sensible or possible to do so.
That is correct. I believe that, as I've said, there are reservations with both Chapter 3 and the Design and Access Statement.
We've seen what Nature's Scott said about it. Come back to that potentially in respect to the guidance criteria in a moment. A similar criticism you make of documents in your report is of the Nature Scott guidance. And if you turn on to paragraph 1.41 of your report, you have a section talking about response to the Nature Scott guidance. And you essentially set out that it's based on earlier guidance emanating from 2009. And whilst the broad principles remain valid, you then go on to effectively say why certain sections of the guidance either shouldn't be have regard to or have been overtaken by events. In with your criticism of the guidance, the critique of Nature Scott's guidance has seen the light for the first time today again in your report, has it not?
Yes.
In the IAR, the design and access statement, the supplementary environmental information, does it?
No, it does not.
Again, I suggest to you is that because well, save that question for a moment. One of the relevance of the Nature Scott guidance is a number of relevant passages, but including on wind farm extensions, which you identify at 416 and 417. I'm not going to turn it up as such, because you indeed included some extracts from it over the page. But the point that Nature Scott are making there is drawing the reader's attention to the comparison between scale, size, design of the extension of the existing wind farm with that which is proposed, and suggesting that regard should be had to that comparison. That's what underlies their guidance, isn't it?
That is my understanding, yes.
And the comparative exercise is not dependent upon relative or of absolute heights. Whether the turbines were 400 meters high originally and you were putting an 800 meter high turbine next door to them, you would still have to carry out the same comparative exercise, wouldn't you?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, leaving aside the step change justified by policy in environmental terms, the design objectives, the guidance that Nature Scott gives is comparative guidance, and just as applicable now as it was then, as it was in 2009, sure.
Yes, you still have to consider the relative sizes of one against the other.
And we note that in Nature Scott's scoping response, they specifically drew attention to the current version of the guidance, which they then considered was up to date. Do you recall that passage?
Yes, I do. That is the case.
Yeah. I think we'll leave that then to one side. What I wanted to then move on and look at some of the viewpoints now. And for this exercise, you will primarily need the SNH bundle of documents, which I think is 1.3.10. And then we will need also to have to hand AP 14.14, which were the new wire lines. There are going to be two more documents that may be helpful to have to hand during the course of this chapter. Once you've got those two.
I have these two to hand.
You might also want to make sure you've got open or otherwise AP 14.1, which is the planning appeal statement of case. Table 2, which is in the appendix, and let me just give you the view and the report of the electronic page number for that. Yeah. Table 2 is on page 81 of 158. Further notes on selected viewpoints. And you will also need to have to hand the PPA 1.2.5a, which is the original EIA, which has the original viewpoint analysis in chapter 6. Sorry, and it starts on electronic page 92 of 453.
Ms. Finley, can you give me help catching up slowly? In 14.1, which is the page you want us to go to electronically?
14.1, I believe it is.
Page 81, was it?
81, yes, for purposes of navigation, page 81.
Okay, thank you.
And in 1.25a, it's page 92, which is, if you're in the hard copy of the document, Mrs. Dyer, it's 6.24.
6.24, yes.
So, sorry, with that scene setting, if we have open the SNH wireline for viewpoint 1, which is the first 3.12, and the updated one for that you produced yesterday. Now, I'd suggest to you that whilst the tip height is certainly not noticeable from this distance, the shorter rotor blades are noticeable when you're comparing, contrasting the two.
The two wire lines, yes, that's partly also to do with the resolution of the wire lines, but I would also take you to the photomontage, which is 2 pages later in the SEI. We go 312 SNH.03.
Yeah.
Which clearly shows, well, I can state that it shows the actual dimensions of Stroopster as seen by the camera.
Yeah, and absolutely. But in terms of judging, I suggest to you that most professionals will primarily rely on the wire lines, and the photograph you point out is helpful, but partially unhelpful in the sense that the Stroopster turbines are all backclothed by a blue cloud, whereas most of them are anyway, whereas the Slickley turbines are backclothed by blue sky. The contrast between them isn't as clear as it might be. In order to look at the contrast between the design of the turbines, it's much clearer on whichever, much clearer on the wire lines, whether it be the incorrect ones or the correct ones.
That is true because it's a high contrast image as opposed to the photograph itself.
But just to record that the design difference, particularly the rate of diameter, is apparent even at a distance of just trying to think where the distance is now.
11.7 kilometers.
Yeah, you're right, nearest turbine, 11.6. And the other thing is that from this viewpoint, there's clearly significantly more stacking with slick.
I'm sorry, I was hearing documents turned at that point.
I'll wait till Mr. Trinick's finished. There is significantly more stacking or more obvious stacking with slickly than with Stroopster.
Yes, there is.
And indeed,
there is more here.
And that's another. When you compare and contrast the two, that contrast is greater on the newer Y lines, I would suggest. And overlapping from the turbine blades is reduced.
There's no difference in the slickly layout between the two visualizations.
Not in the slickly layout, but the Stroopster layout, the extent of overlapping is reduced because the rotor blades are smaller, and so the contrast is greater.
Yes, the overlapping of the blades for the turbines furthest left of the Stroopster layout, those two turbines appear to be the rotors appear to be overlapping to a slightly smaller degree. Yes.
I'd suggest to you that there isn't a similar grouping and spacing between Slickly and Stroopster. Although they appear adjacent, they appear quite different in terms of design in that sense.
They do in some ways from this viewpoint, yes.
And also Slickly doesn't completely fill the gap, but does substantially fill the gap between Stroopster and Loch End.
It takes up part of the space, yes.
Well, a significant part of the space, doesn't
it? Approximately half.
Yes, Porter will no doubt having carried out a site visit and potentially carrying out further site visits, will take what he wishes to. Those are the three main issues I wanted to put to you in respect to viewpoint 1. Can we move on to viewpoint 2? Which is in Keys. Keis. I'm just checking Keys. I'm being told that I haven't murdered that. Now, in your table 2 in AP 14.1, under VP2 for Keys, you say the viewpoint is not representative of road users. You rather, it appears to me, try and doubt its representative nature. You see that in the second paragraph.
I do see that in the second paragraph. This first sentence is not representative of views seen by road users on the A99. This is this viewpoint is some 200, 300 meters, maybe a little bit more than that, off the A99, which passes through the village. So a point where the A99 comes over a rise as you go through the village, all views inland are screened at that point. Views.
Sorry, I understand the point you're making about the views, so I don't mean to cut you short, so do carry on.
I was going to go on to say views as you emerge from the north side of Keys don't open out until you actually start dropping down from the ridge on which most of Keys is located, and views then turn out towards the sea and are you're at a lower elevation than at this viewpoint.
Well, if I can ask you to turn to the EIAR on this aspect, so that it's and page 90 of 453, table 6.5.
Sorry, page
90, electronic page 90, and it's page 622 in your hard copy.
Thank you. Yes.
And the reason for selection was it was a roadside location in the A99 and North Coast 500 tourist route, representing views of travellers and local residents in and around Keith. And then if we go on, I'm going to put 2 points to the description of Keith itself. It's 6.8.7.2 on electronic page 93 and internal page 625. You'll see under the description of the viewpoint, it's where it's located. Being adjacent to the properties, the viewpoint represents the views seen by residents of Keith. It is also representative views seen by road users in the A99 and travelling towards Lyth. Views from other parts of Keith that are in the village and views from the cemetery will have the more topographic screening, so we'll see less or none of the development. It does appear that, at least originally, it was being put forward as representative of a number of views, including road users on the A99.
Yes, and certainly in the table on electronic page 90, page 6.22 on the hard copy, it states a roadside location on the A99. That is not the case. It's off the A99.
But also in the description.
Also in the description, yes.
So that's inaccurate, isn't it?
It's not terribly accurate, no.
Just looking at when we don't have at the wireline, and I'm not going to make a particular point about the contrast between the new ones and the old ones. It doesn't really matter which one you look at, but it's very clear that the scale of the turbines is very different from this location, is it not?
From the wirelines, yes.
And in terms of layout, again, there's significantly more, in fact, more stacking with Slickley than Stroopster. The layout seems to be different.
There is more stacking in the Slickley layout than the Stroopster layout, but the assessment did take account of the screening of the lower parts of the turbines. So going back a little bit, the differences in turbine sizes will not be quite so obvious because there's quite a lot going on in the foreground.
No, I understand that, and it's not quite so obvious. I'm grateful for that. And then if you go on to viewpoint 3, which is Nibster Water Tower, and again carry out the same contrast between the SNH wirelines. If you, again, I'd suggest to you that between the two, there's a very clear distinction between how Stroopster is depicted in the first version as opposed to the new version.
Slickley.
Yeah, sorry, Stroopster.
Stroopster.
How Stroopster appears.
Yeah.
The dimensions of the turbines appear quite different.
They do appear more different, yes.
And then if you look at the overlapping turbine in particular, where the one turbine of Stroopster overlaps with the left-hand one of Stroopster, overlaps with the right-hand one of Slickley, there is a pronounced distinction in scale and design, is there not? In the accurate wireline.
Yes, in the new wirelines, the turbines look more different.
Well, I'd suggest to you it's pronounced the difference. Do you accept that or not?
I would suggest that you can tell the difference. Yes.
Good. I'd suggest to you that it would be readily noticeable to most viewers, the difference between the two wind farms.
I think at this point we can go to the photo montage. I'm going to go to the photo montage. Yes, it's certainly possible that some viewers will notice the difference.
Yeah, I suggest to you it's readily noticeable. If you look at the turbine blades, like on the existing turbines, they're well off the ground. The towers are the comparative size of the towers to blades puts them all well off the ground, whereas the you can't see the bases of any. But the proposed Slickley turbines, the blades all disappear below the horizon.
Indeed, you can't see the bases of the Slickley turbines, which means you won't be able to see the proportions terribly well from this location.
I suggest you, with the overlapping turbine, although it's not actually particularly clear in this photograph, which is why I took you to the wireline, the difference in proportions will be very clear.
The difference in proportions will probably be visible to most viewers, yes.
Yeah. I think you're understating it, but we'll move on. Can we go to viewpoint 4, please? Worth Hill. We have the problem here that Stroopster has been redesigned, but even if you leaving that aside, again, there's a clear difference between the Stroopster turbines as they appear in the accurate wireline as opposed to those that appear in the original one, is there not? In terms of scale, rate of diameter.
There is more difference in the rotor size, yes.
And then if you look at the contrast between where the turbines overlap, assuming that there is an overlapping, again, the contrast will be readily apparent to anyone viewing from Worth Hill that they are two quite different designs of turbine.
I'm currently looking at the photo montage as well. 2 pages later in the SEI.
Yeah.
Because the viewpoint is at a slightly higher elevation, you get a more of an overview of both schemes. So yes, you will be able to tell the difference in size.
And Not only are the turbine proportions quite different and the blades quite different, but they'll be rotating at different speeds, particularly in lower winds, won't they?
They may be, yes.
Do you accept that Walth Hill is a particularly important viewpoint in design terms or not?
Yes, I'm happy to discuss that. Yes.
You make the very sensible point, and this is just stepping back for a moment, that in any wind farm, which is pretty well anywhere, you will get some stacking and overlapping, depending as you move round the outside of the wind farm, around the points of the compass looking in towards the wind farm. You simply cannot avoid it. But what some wind farms do is identify particular design viewpoints where they're seeking to either avoid it or minimize it. I think we've already established there are no particular design viewpoints or design objectives in that sense set in at least in writing. In this case, what are the design viewpoints that you suggest the reporter should have regard to, perhaps apart from Walth Hill, which you'd accept as one?
Yes. I would suggest the reporter actually looks at all of them, so to be able to see the development in the round.
Okay, but if there's to test the extent of stacking and overlapping, some viewpoints may be more important than others. It may not be the case, but I'm just giving you the opportunity to identify any which you consider to be the design viewpoints against which your successor designer in minimizing stacking, overlapping and the like can be tested.
Thank you for that opportunity. I think I would encourage the reporter to look at all viewpoints in the round.
Okay, well, I've heard your answer and I can comment on that. Can we go on to viewpoint 6? Viewpoint 5 is not a viewpoint that's in dispute. The viewpoint 6 is Brabster. And again, if we carry out the contrasting exercise, afraid my questions are going to be rather boring by now because they're going to be repeating so I'll try and take them quickly. Between the accurate and the inaccurate wire lines, it's clear there's a clear and perceptible difference, is there not?
There is a little bit of difference. Some of that is related to the resolution of the wireline export. But yes, there is a little bit of difference in terms of the rotor size as you scan across the image.
It's not just rotor size, it's the relative proportions of the turbines, isn't it? Height and the rotor size.
A little bit, yes.
Again, if you look at the rotors in Stroopster, very few, if any of them, will actually touch the horizon, which is not the case at all with Slickley. Just as an example of how they will be different.
Yes, but the land seen beyond Slickley is higher ground than that beyond Stroopster, so the horizon is not terribly comparable.
Yeah, and but the forestry that lies in the background of the photograph, is that the forestry or part of that due to be removed when Slickley's built?
Yes, I believe it is. I am just referring across to the photo montage in which that dark band of forestry has been taken out.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And then looking at that photo montage or looking at the wire lines, again, I'd suggest to you that the difference between the two wind farms would be readily perceptible. In fact, it's very clear in the photo montage.
It is perhaps clearer in the photo montage with the real dimensions, yes. Of Stroopster, certainly.
Yeah. slickly and Lyth, I'm going to say that the same questions that I put in respect to viewpoint 6, same points can be put in respect to viewpoint 7 and viewpoint 8. But we have to bear in mind with those viewpoints that we can't look at the photo montages because we know they're not accurate.
They are indeed, yes. The photo montages have unfortunately had the Stroopster turbines remodeled incorrectly.
So I wasn't going to, I'm maintaining our point in those, but they're all similar distances away from the turbines coming down that road, which I can't remember, it's a minor road north to south. I mean, some, like the viewpoint 7 will be closer, viewpoint 6 and 8 are slightly further away by digital geography.
Yes.
So I wasn't going to waste time on those. Viewpoint 10 is then the next one I want to go to, please, which is Croft.
Mr. Finlay, just before we do that, I wondered if I could just ask Mrs. Stour a question. It's just about methodology. So the two wirelines, two versions of the wirelines we were looking at, and certainly in the updated ones where they're cumulative and there are other categories of turbines and other wind farms. The appeal turbines are line drawings without colour filled in, and all the other turbines are of different colours, but they're solid. I wonder, is that standard practice to have the application drawings not coloured in, if you see what I mean? Because the reason I'm asking is are there unintended consequences of that, of making the proposal turbines seem more recessive than they would otherwise look if they were coloured in? If you understand me.
I do. I apologise for that. I don't think there's particularly any regulations about whether you colour them in or not. It's not intended to make them look more recessive than on the visualizations.
I'd say, sorry, I didn't mean to.
So, well, I suppose I was going to ask, do you think it does make them look more recessive, whether it's intended or not?
No, I don't think it is, because I think you can still look at the sizes and the outlines. I'm currently looking at the viewpoint we had open most recently, which is Brabster, where they are quite large and where there is quite a lot of white space apparent within the turbines because of not having the outlines. I believe that you can still read the sizes of them. And if you squint, yes, maybe they disappear a little bit, but no, I don't think that's the way one would read it.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Finlay, interrupted.
I was going to say that and I'll come to an example where it may have an impact, particular impact in the moment. Our submission is provided you are aware of the issues, and also there's the issue between the two wirelines that we're looking at. The original wirelines are more boldly marked than the ones that have been produced. One has to bear all that in mind when you're carrying out your assessment. So I'll come to that subject again at viewpoint 13. If you look at viewpoint 10, which is Halcro, this is where you have double check my you'll have slickly sitting in front of Stroopster. Again, even at just under 10 kilometres, the there is a discernible difference between the two wire lines, the accurate and the inaccurate, and there would be a discernible difference in design even at this distance between the two wind farms.
With respect to your first point, the images are part of the differences, I think, are due to the resolution of the images. There will be a tiny little bit of more difference with the new wire lines, but again, that may not be particularly perceptible in the field.
Well, I say, if you look at first of all, if you're coming from the right, there are two existing turbines of Stroopster which stand by themselves, and I'd suggest to you there is a discernible difference then. But then there's a group of four, two Slickley in front and two Stroopster behind. Do you see that?
I do.
And I'd suggest to you that in the original, there is a distinct difference between the contrast in the original and the contrast in the accurate. And the contrast in the accurate between the two is much clearer than in the original.
It is a little bit clearer. My observation is that the turbines of Stroopster, the two behind, appear to touch in the image the turbines of the blades of the turbines of Slickley in the SEI. In the new visualizations, they do not. They do appear a tiny bit shorter.
Well, that again, just about identifying points. We've got two more to go. If we go to viewpoint 11, which is Barrack. This is one where there's Slickley effectively fills the gap between Loch End and Stroopster, and I put the same to you. We're at 7.5 kilometres here. Same two questions. There is a distinct difference between the accurate and the inaccurate, and when you're looking at the overlap, there is clearly a distinct difference between Slickley and Stroopster.
If you look closely at it, there is a little bit more difference, yes.
Well, and finally, on this chapter, I don't have too much to go. I think we'll be finished 3:30, which may come as a relief set. If we go to Dunnet Head, and look at the two contrasting, the rendering of Holland May in purple or pink does render Stroopster and Slickley both more recessive, does it not?
They are both behind it, yes.
No, but I'm not saying it's intentional, but I'm picking up on the reporter's point that the stronger colouring for Holland May, which is, we must remember, at application stage, I think only, does have the impact, unless you're aware of it and guard against it, of making Stroopster and Slickley look more recessive. It's a classic example of what the reporter was alluding to.
I don't think it's particularly noticeable in this image. They are shown as being a little bit larger, therefore thicker lines, for want of a better expression. But I don't think they. No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, and if you look at the turbines that are showing off to the right-hand side, which are really some considerable distance away, they can appear far more apparent on a wireline than they are in real life.
On a wireline which has high contrast, yes.
Yeah. Whereas that higher contrast on a wireline is for those turbines which are closer, such as Stroopster, Slickley and Loch End are, is not so apparent. So, I mean, Galty Clay must be what, 30 kilometres away, is it? Or 30?
It's something in that order, I imagine. Yes, I don't have the data to hand, but
yeah, just as an example, right? I suggest to you that from the majority of, if not all, the viewpoints we've looked at, and indeed some where there aren't even significant effects, there are obvious differences in scale and design that will be apparent to the viewer.
I would say that there are there are some viewpoints where it may be clear to a viewer that there will be differences in turbine size and potentially in design as well. But I don't think that is necessarily a blanket phrase you could use for all viewpoints.
Right. I wanted to move away from the drawings and move to the final chapter of my cross-examination. I always think the word chapter gives it far greater importance than in fact it has, but it seems to be the Scottish way of describing it. Section. It's to look at the guidance, which is an APP 7.2, but I don't think we need to turn that up. What I'd like you to do instead is to go to APP 1.25M.
Just while we're doing that, can I just check, Ms. Stour, I'm conscious that this can be more tiring on the screen than it can be in a room, and we've been doing the cross-examination for just over an hour, I think. If you want to take a break now, then I'm happy to do that. But if you'd rather, I'm not sure how long you think we've got left, Mr. Finlay, but if you'd rather press on and are feeling fine, then I'm happy to do that.
So I think there'll be another 15 minutes, probably no longer. So I'm in your hands and Mr. Chinick's hands, but it may be at the end of cross-examination before she faces the rigour of your questions and then the horror of Mr. Chinick's questions that that would be a good time for a break.
It was 15 minutes. Let's crack on to the end of cross-examination. My vote.
Thank you. That's good as me.
So if we go to APP 1.25M, I seem to have misplaced for a moment.
And I believe that's the appendices to chapter 6 of the EIAR.
Yeah. And
sorry, what can you give me that number again? I'm sorry, being slow.
1.25M, and it's page 136 of 150.
I'm in a hard copy.
Right, yeah. So it is page 18 of the appendix.
Thank you.
6.6, I think, is it? 6.5. That sets out, one has page 136, sets out the assessment against the in the EIAR of the application against the criteria.
Yes.
And I would also like you to turn to, in 14.1, your table 3, which is on internal page 26 of your appendix.
Thank you.
And I'll give the electronic page in a moment. It starts on electronic page 89. Really starts on page 90. Criterion 1, I don't want to dispute on some of these criteria, not on others. I'm only going to ask you about effectively 2, or maybe 3, but taking 2 together. Criterion 1 is looking at settlements or key locations being encircled by wind energy development.
Yes.
Exceptional. And if you go to the EIAR, so we're looking at electronic page 136. Key location, and it's the last paragraph in the box. So it's key locations around the site include John O'Groats and Dunnet Head. Do you have that?
I have that paragraph.
On John O'Groats, the development will not be visible, though it will be seen travelling, etc. From Dunnet Head, development will be seen inland, whilst key views are towards Orkney along the coast. Development will be seen adjacent to Stroop and will occupy the current gap in the horizontal horizon between Stroop and Loch End wind farm. This will contribute slightly to a sense of encirclement, albeit a distance from Dunnet Head. If you turn to the box, the equivalent box in 14.1, which is on electronic page 90, it seems to downplay the suggestion that there's any encirclement or any perception of encirclement. If there is a difference, are you happy to accept the description that there is some perception of encirclement as set out in the environmental impact assessment?
There will be a very slight sense of that. It does say that in the EIAR, yes. It won't create the sense that the viewpoint is encircled by.
I think very obviously not. It would be quite difficult to encircle Dunnet Head with wind farms until they're all floating in the sea off it.
Yes.
Which may not be going to happen, but we don't at this inquiry.
I would also say that, yes, reiterate the point that it is at 15 kilometres away.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a moment. And then if we turn on to criterion 7 and 9, need for separation of in developments and or clusters as respected is 7, and 9, landscape setting of nearby wind energy developments is accepted. My apologies, I've overlooked. Could I take you, back to criterion 6? There was one passage I meant to put to you. This is in AP 1.2.5M, electronic page 138. And we can see what this is existing pattern of wind energy development is respected. And we see in 1.2.5M a reference in the second paragraph to supplementary guidance. And the commentary is effectively seeking to suggest that that has been taken account of. If we go to the contrasting box in AP 14.1, which is not necessarily a contrasting box in this case, but starts at electronic page 91, that there's a statement at page 92, top of page 92, in the box there I want to ask you about. It says the design rationale for the development has been to develop an extension to Stratster that uses a larger turbine model that is not so different in size and proportion as to result in an obviously different appearance from Stratster from the majority of viewpoints. Now, I'm not sure that actually appears anywhere else, but if that is accurate, if the reporter were to find that it was that has been achieved, that would be a mark in your favour. But if the reporter were to find that there were obviously different appearance from the majority of viewpoints, that would be a telling indication that the design rationale had not been achieved, would it not?
That's obviously only one part of the design rationale as the of the development as a whole.
Yes, but it would be quite a significant indication in landscape and visual terms, particularly visual terms. The design rationale had failed. The objective had not been achieved. I think that's a better way of putting it. If that were the case.
If that were the case, that might well be the reporter's conclusion.
Thank you. We can move on to 7 and 9, just to bear them in, keep them in mind. In fact, 6, 7 and 9 I'm going to try and deal with all together, and I'm going to try and deal with them by way of reference to the Lyth decision, which is AP 12.37, and to orientate oneself, insofar as orientation is needed, there's a plan at AP 1237A, which provides the respective locations of Loch End, Lyth, and Slickley and Stroopster. So I acknowledge that you'll be familiar with Lyth, having covered it in your Loch End report. But one can see where they sit. Now, can I take you to the Lyth decision itself, which is 1237.
I have that document open.
And we can see that Lyth was 10 wind turbines with a tip height of 100 meters. So just one turbine less than Slickley, proposed Slickley, but significantly smaller, a third smaller.
Yes, it's 99.5 meters to tip rather than 149.9 meters to tip.
So, and like Loch End, smaller than Stroopster?
Very slightly, yes. Yes, it is, yes.
About 10 meters.
Yes.
In paragraph 10, using the same viewpoints, the similar viewpoints with which you'll be familiar, towards the end of paragraph 10, the reporter reaches the view that in combination with the Stroopster development, the Lyth turbines would form dominant foci in the view. I think the fact that the Stroopster turbines will form a dominant foci is accepted even in the Stroopster decision itself. Is it not?
Without finding that phrase in the Stroopster decision, I would have to believe you.
But you accept that, notwithstanding your points about ZTV and the screening effect of hedges and fences and the like, that in LCT3, Stroopster turbines do currently form a dominant foci in many of the views.
I wouldn't say it was necessarily dominant in most views, no, but they were prominent in many views, yes.
Yeah. And just to, we looked at the plan. Could I take you, I'm afraid I think I did this earlier. If you go to 1.2.5D, please.
Is the volume of LVIA figures.
Yeah.
Of the ES.
Yeah, and I think for these purposes, there's not a significant difference between the ES and the SEI. It's just one I lit on. If you go to figure 6.4, which is, sorry, 6.3, first of all, to put three figures to you.
Sorry, I'm in the wrong volume.
So it's 1.2.5D.
I believe I'm in the right volume now.
If you go to electronic page 7, or figure 6.3.
6.3 I have before me.
Yeah, so what that is showing you is that ZTV with tip heights and a 5-kilometre radius.
Yes.
And then if you go to the next figure, you get a ZTV with hub heights. And although it's a bigger scale, you're given a 5-kilometre radius, which is the one I want to concentrate on for these.
That's correct. It's more closely comparable with figure 6.1, which is at the same scale as the hub height ZTV.
Can you just give me the figure, Mr. Finley, again? Figure number.
6.5 I was looking at. It's just because they came one after the other.
No, I believe it's 6.4, the hub height ZTV.
Sorry, yes, my apologies. And then I wanted to end up with 6.5 because 6.5 shows the same 5-kilometre radius, but superimposed on the landscape character types.
It does, yes.
And bearing all those in mind, for a significant proportion of CT3, but the ZTV, subject to its limitations, is telling you that hubs and tips will all be visible.
Theoretically visible, yes.
And just looking at 6.5 at the moment, while Slickley doesn't lie precisely in the centre of CT3, it is certainly more central than Stroopster is currently.
That is correct. Further away from the edges.
Yeah. And if we go back to AP 12.37, if Stroopster with Lyth would form dominant foci in the view, I suggest to you that Stroopster with Slickley turbines being 50% taller, would clearly form a dominant focus in the view.
That, I think, would depend on which views. As I've said before, I think that Stroopster is not necessarily dominant in many views. I think it's quite a prominent feature in quite a lot of views. And the combined presence, if you like, of Stroopster and Slickley in the views would not necessarily be very much greater than the one on its own, except where perhaps the extent of the viewpoint, extent of the grouping, the spread of the grouping was greater.
Yeah. And if we move on, just to coming back to moving on in the reporter's report, coming to his paragraph 20, he's looking at the LCTs here, and at the end of paragraph 20, he records the view according to SNH from this area. The proposed development would appear dominant in comparison to the small-scale managed landscape. Now that is probably particular to Lyth because it's closer to the edge of LCT3, as we've just agreed. Slickley would be more central to LCT3.
That is my understanding from that paragraph, yes, that sentence.
Affecting the area's rural landscape character and extending and heightening the impacts produced by the consented Stroopster wind farm. I was going to suggest to you if Lyth did that, Slickley is likely to do that too, is it not?
Well, Slickley is located closer to Stroopster than Lyth would have been, and I don't know from this paragraph exactly is how much the fact that looking at the map that goes along with that, not goes along with the decision, but AP 12.37a, how much the introduction of two groups of turbines talking about Stroopster and Lyth would actually affected that judgment was taken account of in that paragraph. Whereas I point out that the Slickley site is adjacent to the Stroopster site.
Yeah, that can have advantages and disadvantages, but I'm going to move on. So I've overrun my time estimate already. I've just got a couple of further points to put to you. Paragraph 22, we're now looking at the SLA, Dunnet Header SLA, which I think is in the same qualities that we're considering in this appeal. The same qualities that the Lyth inspector was considering, we're considering on this appeal.
Yes, I believe so. I'm just pausing, looking at the date of the review of. There was a review of the SLAs.
You may be right, but I think certainly considering the same viewpoint and the same location and the same view, he sets out the key characteristics from 22. He then sets out what SNH considers those characteristics are likely to be affected to a significant degree by the proposed development. If and that Lyth would exacerbate impacts from the consented Stroopster wind farm. And he says this towards the end of 22, I remain to be persuaded that the proposed wind farm would not be out of scale with large-scale expansive landscape to the south, form a prominent feature which would detract from the view of the Caithness Hills. I consider that in association with Stroopster wind farm, the proposed development would have a significant adverse effect on the vast distinctive inland panorama from Dunnet Head viewpoint, and therefore the special qualities of Dunnet Head SLA. When you consider where the direction that the inspector must have been metaphorically looking to form that view, it's certainly not unreasonable to think that Slickley could have the same impact. It's slightly further away, but it is significantly taller.
It is slightly further away. The turbines will be larger than proposed at Lyth, but it'll be in a slightly different part of the view, being closer to Stroopster than Loch End. With reference to being in front of the hills, beyond, sorry, I'm just flicking between documents. In fact, from the view of the Caithness Hills, it's not entirely clear from this paragraph that which hills he is looking at. And without having wirelines and imagery with respect to the Lyth proposal, I don't think I can comment on how that scheme looked in front of the hills that he is referring to.
My point of using this was to try and, because one of the major differences between you and Ms. Cowling is whether there's a significant impact on the Dunnet Head SLA. You say no, she says yes. And that may be down to professional difference of view. But certainly given this reporter's conclusions here on a proposed wind farm which lies in a very similar direction from Dunnet Head, would you accept that Miss Cowling's view is one that could be reached even though you don't reach it? Be reached by a professional acting reasonably.
The professional opinions can of course vary to a certain extent. I am pausing slightly in order to look at the date of the review of the SLA designation, because it might be the case that the reporter was at that time was looking at a different description. The answer to which I don't know, and at the moment I can't put my finger on the relevant document.
I'm told the citations came from 2011, but the descriptions were updated in 2018.
No, descriptions were the same in 2011.
Sorry, descriptions were the same in 2011, but the plans.
The boundary was changed in 2018.
The boundary was changed in 2018, but the description stayed the same, I'm told.
So a description of all of the
special qualities.
special qualities.
If I'm wrong as to that, by all means, no doubt we'll come back and we can understand your caveat in respect to that. And the last point I wanted to take you to was paragraph 25, the conclusion on LCT3, where towards the end of paragraph 25, the reporter says this: I entirely agree with the view expressed by the council's landscape officer. Proposed development, together with the consented Stroopster wind farm, would become dominating and defining features of the landscape to the detriment of this relatively small area of sweeping moorland LCT. I again suggest to you that if that conclusion was reached in respect of Lyth, it's likely to be with one more turbine and turbines 50% taller, it is definitely likely to be apt and apposite in terms of the combination of Slickley and Stroopster.
I think this goes, but I disagree with that because I think it goes back to where the Slickley proposal actually is, i.e. adjacent to Stroopster rather than separate from Stroopster where the Lyth proposal was.
I can understand that, and that's what the council and SNH both accept, that you could have more turbines next to Stroopster, but they suggest fewer in number and lower in height. And it's the significant numbers and the significant increase in height, which I suggest to you provides the exacerbating effect and would turn the combination into a dominating and defining feature of the landscape, as Ms. Cowling has suggested.
I disagree that it will be a dominating characteristic. I have assessed it from various different viewpoints and with respect to landscape character locally and across the landscape character area, but I do not agree with the idea that it'll be dominating. I'm sorry, I believe you're on mute.
You're right, I was. I'm sorry, that took slightly longer than I intended, but that's the last question in cross-examination. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Findlay. Sorry, my computer seems to be reacting to things quite slowly. That's why there are long pauses. So I'd be glad to know I don't have any follow-up questions to ask you, Mrs. Dower. So therefore, we would be passing back for any re-examination for Mr. Trinnick, but this is a big time to take a break, I think. So that is 3:35. So if we come back, if we take a 10-minute break, if that's sufficient, and come back at 3:45, and then after we can after your evidence is finished, we can then maybe talk about what we do next in terms. So thank you so much so far, and back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, and that's 3:45. So let's start again. Tonight, I'll pass over to you for any re-examination.
Thanks, sir. I'm just yes, Mrs. Daff, just a couple of points to finish off. Mr. Finney took you to AP241, it's document 241, and that's the scoping stage response from SNH. Do you recall that? If you get it there, get out 241, please. And go to page 5. You're there. You're on mute.
Mr. Finnick, I was going to say, sorry, we had a 10-minute break, but of course, you might have been working in the meantime, deciding what you need to cover in re-examinations. So I just want to make sure that I gave you sufficient time to reflect on that.
I had a cup of tea as well, I'm fine. So, Mr. Dare, have you got to page 5 of that document?
All right.
Sorry, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you, yes. I have the hard copy document in front of me. It doesn't have actual page numbers on it,
The 5th page,
which I'm going to have to count on.
which is called subparagraph C, landscape and visual written on it, you see?
Yes. I've got section C, landscape.
And there are 2 bullet points on that page, and the second one Mr. Finley took you to. The addition of this proposal should not physically or visually link. Sorry, the first bullet point, the development of Slickney should be physically and visually experienced an extension of strips that should not significantly heighten the dominance of a wind farm in this relatively small area. Simply like your view on whether or not SNH is saying in that bullet point, that strips that actually does dominate the area, and if so, what area? Can we read anything from that particular bullet point?
It states would not significantly heighten the dominance of a wind farm. It doesn't specifically say which wind farm, and it doesn't specifically say that wind farm, whichever is being referred to, is currently dominant. This relatively small area, I'm just reviewing the previous paragraph, is not specified.
Although, to be fair, I think you're probably just referring to CT3 because that's the context. I don't want to take the point further than we'll go. But no, yeah, we won't collect that one, I think. Thank you for that. Turning to some of the viewpoints and some of the points arising from the viewpoint exploration that Finley took you through. Looking at, you've made a point once or twice in answers to questions you tried to go to, you didn't resist going to photomontages as well as wirelines. And starting with viewpoint 1, if you would, we'll take the SCI frankly will do, because I'm not talking about at the moment about scale differences between Stripster and Slickley. If you go to the SNH figure 31201 within, I think it's 1310. 1310 figure 312 SNH01. This is viewpoint 1. Are you there?
I believe I am there, yes.
Wait for the reporters there. Thank you. You can see the way the Slickley leads into Stroopster going from left to right. And obviously, while I show you landform, if you go to the photomontage for viewpoint 1, Does that show the position less clearly or more clearly in terms of the landform on which Stroopster sits and on which Lyth sits?
Your question is, does this image show the landform more clearly?
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying the question. It shows it more clearly because it is a photograph. The landform can be seen in places, and in other places, actually the forest horizon that you can see.
All right, thank you. In answer to a question about viewpoint 2, Mr. Finney said the scale is very different, meaning the difference between Slickster, not Slick, it's not a lucky, Slickly and Stroopster. And you said yes on that while with emphasis. Why did you emphasize it that way?
Because in real life, when you're actually there, the size of the Stroopster turbine is not terribly easy to tell because of the screening that is evident in the photograph and the photo montage as shown in the SEI.
All right, thank you. If you go to viewpoint 10, please, and it's in the same SMH series. And you probably also need to be fair to get out the new Nature Scott wirelines AP14-4, also obviously viewpoint 10. Yeah, I want you to give the reporter some advice here in terms of his site visit. And when he goes there, one of his objectives will be to look at the very questions that have been put to you this afternoon. What can I tell about the difference in scale, difference in rotor diameter, difference in hub height as between Slickly and Stroopster? For the purposes of this exercise, would you use the wirelines, or would you use the photomontages, or would you use both?
I would certainly use both.
Why would you use both?
Because the wirelines, it's more information. It's about more information. The wirelines give you the high contrast images, and the photo montages give you a rendition as best possible of the proposed turbines with lighting, mimicking the lighting there, and it provides you with more information when you're there.
So you use both. Okay. Looking at the, I know these were all done in a hurry yesterday, so I'm not going to, but if you look at the wirelines and the SEI for viewpoint 10, we can see, as pointed out by the reporter, that you haven't filled in the Slickly turbines with a crayon. They've just been left as outlines. And yet, Stroopster is shown as solid. If you go to the new ones, Slickly is again shown as an outline. There's white in the middle, in other words. And look here, the Stroopster again appears solid. Can I ask a question? Why is it that the Stroopster turbines, and I don't think I'm giving him evidence here, do appear certainly harder and darker on the SCI than they do on the new wirelines?
I think that is a matter of the resolution at which the wireline was exported.
Are you content that the new wirelines, produced as they were at short notice, are sufficient tool for the reporters to take into the field?
Yes, I'm happy with those.
Okay, thank you for that.
It might also,
Go on.
if I may add, it might also be worth taking the Highland Council ones because they are modelled with slightly heavier resolution, if you like.
Let's just compare that. Go to viewpoint 10, would you then please, for in the Highland Council series, AP14-3. They certainly, I mean, this is different standards, obviously, but they're clearly different. There's different horizontal field of view, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, what do you want to point out to the reporter there?
Well, the turbines of Stroopster and the turbines of Slickley are both effectively printed at the same line weight or emphasis. There is no difference in terms of fill or not fill, prominence or not prominence, type thing.
So you want the reporter to use all the tools at his disposal when he goes into the field, is the answer. Okay, fine.
Sensible.
Fine. And coming off of Lyth just for a minute, at the end of your
Can I just say that to suggest the reporter should carry both the SNH and THC versions to the top of hills may not be the most helpful advice. But
practically, but in order to consider the effect, yeah. One has rucksacks in this game.
Right, okay. You were taken to AP-1237, which is the Lyth station. Taken through some points.
Sorry, apologies, I'm not.
1237, I do apologise.
1237. Okay, yes, I found it. Sorry.
Get to paragraph 10, to which you were taken by Mr. Findlay. She only just give 1 point first. 1237A, which is the map. You were taken there, although the question wasn't put to you, so I'm slightly hesitant here, but it's the council's plan. No doubt they will speak to it, but we've got Slickley on 1237A, Lockend and Lyth, and you've got respectively blue, red and black lines around. Do you know the meaning of those lines?
I don't know the meaning of those lines, no.
So that's fine. Coming back to Lyth and paragraph 10, you were taken to a sentence, proposed development without another prominent feature to the Stroopster wind farm within the same view, in combination with Stroopster, the Lyth turbines are form dominant foci of the view. If you read through that paragraph, skim through it, you start to see its structure. Can you tell from which viewpoint that observation is actually being made? As you had an exchange about, I don't know from which viewpoint, but if you look through that paragraph, you see how he's structuring things there. I hesitate to rehearse it with you because I'll be leading you if I did.
I'm just halfway around reading it.
Okay, just skim read it. You don't need to read every single word. It's written.
I think I got to the relevant bit, yes.
So he's taking us through a visual review. In that context, which viewpoint is he talking about when he gets to the sentence that was put to you?
It appears to be from Barrack viewpoint 3.
Yes.
Their viewpoint 3.
Yes. Looking at, but it says Barrack. Looking at 1237A, where is Barrack in relation to Lyth?
It is to the northwest, quite a bit closer. I don't know exactly where the viewpoint within Barrack was taken.
It's Barrack somewhere.
It's Barrack somewhere, but it would be the other side of Loch End.
Yes, okay. That's very helpful. See if I've got any more questions. I don't believe I have. One more, yes, sorry. In one of your answers about the Lyth decision, you referred to, in the context of the SLA, closer to Stroopster than Loch End. Was Loch End permitted at the time of the Lyth decision? if I may lead Mr. Finley just on that, so the update.
We all know the answer to that.
If I know the answer, at least the lock-in decision came after the Lyth decision.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. That's my re-examination. I have no time.
Okay, thank you. I was going to answer that question for you if you didn't get an answer because I could remember. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Stour, for giving me your evidence today. So, Mr. Findlay, at the start of this morning, I think you said, in light of your team not having seen the new wire lines, your suggestion would be that they wouldn't give evidence until tomorrow to allow them to reflect more on them. Is that be still your preference?
Yeah, yes, it is, because they're absolutely they repay A, consideration, and then B, some thinking about. Yeah, I think we're sort of roughly where I thought we would be on timetable given the delay this morning, and I should hope we'll still finish tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, and we've got a 10 o'clock start plan, and I don't want to change that unless we need to, because people might have made plans around it. It would be possible to potentially to start earlier if that suited people. But do you think 10 o'clock will give us enough time if we're looking towards an end point of about 4:30?
We're quite relaxed on our end, but the pressure is not on our side tomorrow. But I think I might, just fitting in, I might well be half an hour with Mr. Heinsohn. I'll probably be 20 minutes with Miss Towling. Just it's going to be slightly longer because I will be, as Mr. Trinick did this morning, have to go through some of the new material. So I'm in Mr. Trinick's hands as to whether he thinks it's sensible to start slightly earlier or start at 10 o'clock.
I would rather start at 10, and if we have to go on a bit later than start earlier, I think we'll certainly get through tomorrow. Even if we have to sit to 5:30, we will finish tomorrow.
Okay, well that's absolutely fine then. Let's keep it simple and stick to the current plan. Okay, unless there's anything else to cover this evening, then sorry, Mr. Findlay, carry on.
It was just not that I'm complaining, but we're still waiting for an answer from the appellants, which would be useful to receive this evening if they can, as to whether the photo montage for viewpoint 13 Dunnet Head is accurate or inaccurate in terms of its depiction of the stripes to turbines, which was a query left over from this morning. I'm not complaining it hasn't been answered yet, but it would be useful to know before my witnesses go to bed tonight, if possible.
We will find that out, or if we don't find it out, I'll still tell you by WhatsApp before.
And the second point is, if it was possible to have even just electronically, accurate wireline from viewpoint 4 with stripes properly shown, that would also assist without having been redesigned. And one other small point we noticed on wireline 4, the difference between the two wirelines is how lock end is shown by reference to the background. It's not a significant point, but again, it's something Mr. Trinick and Mrs. Dower may want to have a look at.
They will do that.
So I'm grateful. Those were the only points I wish to raise.
Okay, that's great. So thank you very much again then. I'll close today's session at that, and we will aim to start again at 10 AM tomorrow. Thank you very much, everyone.
Excellent.